today, but I certainly am on pins and needles with this voting. I don't know what it is. Hold me, just sorry. I wanted to tell Ren, thank you for the coffee. Oh, let me open this up a little bit more. There we go. Hopefully that works. Oh, didn't want to do all that. Sorry. I haven't used yours yet. There we go. There we go. Now I can see you guys. Hopefully I don't knock my light off the table. Look at that. I don't know if this is the way it was supposed to go or whatever, but you got this thingy on here, and I seen that you could screw it in here. And look, you got like a double-sided camera holder. I don't know if that's the way it's supposed to go. I didn't read the instructions. I will. But she also got this, and so I just thought it was really neat. It's kind of neat. I don't know what to do with it yet. I'm going to definitely play with it. So I'm really happy. Thank you so very much. For those that are coming in, yes, we are kind of poll watching. I think, as you guys can hear, let me turn this down a little bit so I don't have to talk so loud. As you guys know, I know everybody, no matter what side of the aisle you are on, you know, are nervous. You know, we're all really, really nervous about tonight, you know, what's going to happen. And so I've been sitting here watching this stuff for hours, listening to everybody under the sun talk about every single thing under the sun. But I've been paying really close attention to the language that's coming out of, I can't remember what polls they're called, like, they poll people coming out, not about the way they voted, but about the straw polls. That's what they're called, straw polls. And the straw polls, in many of these cases, are economy and the price of stuff. So we're just kind of, hey guys, it's nice to see who's all in the chat. Oh, we got the car guy, Mr. and Mrs. Car Guy. It's nice to see you. Sheena, Melanie, Outer Banks, Victoria, Lorraine. Nice to see you. Our beautiful Sonia's up in the house. Misty Moon, Alicia, hey. Melanie, Miss Lee, mom of 3, Groovy Gal. CA girl, nice to see you. Truth in Time, Carol, it's nice to see you as well. Michelle, JH, Victoria, it's nice to see you all. So we're just kind of sitting here. Everybody else, CC, I see you. Mel B, it's nice to see you, love. Sadie, Jennifer, Melody, Peggy. It's nerve-wracking. Because it's hard to believe that somebody could be president of the United States and get on the ballot without a single vote. I mean, that to me just blows my mind. And actually, believe it or not, coming out of Georgia, is it North Carolina or Georgia? Georgia, the straw polls had just that exact thing. That was, that I can't remember how many people had interest. I think one was 41%, one was in the 20s. I don't know what percentage it was, and I think it was that thing is the democracy aspect of it. So I'm just watching it. I'm going, you know, stir crazy here watching this. I know everybody's going stir crazy. We're all just sitting here waiting. Polls are closing in Florida, Maryland, and Pennsylvania right now. Right now, Harris has 3 points and Trump has 23 points on the board. It looks like only 4 different states have been accounted. It appears that Donald Trump has won 3 so far that have counted. And we got a long ways to go, folks. So don't let these poll numbers, you know, fool you. I mean, you're talking about 4 states. In all these states, I think 52 states vote. So we're not even, we're trying to get to the 270. So we don't even know what it's gonna. It's like football, you know. We're only in the first inning of the first quarter. So, or is that baseball? I don't know. I shouldn't use sport analogies. If Tony's in here, he's probably gonna smack me upside the head and virtually smacked me. Boop. So just nerves. Believe it or not, for the first time in a really long time, well, the first time I think ever, I'm poll watching on Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime, you know, it's really interesting because as I was watching, I think this is like around 5:30, they were talking about how this is kind of epic because they've never done this before, and how news is not being shared anymore by cable. People are getting their news from Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and others. And I found that interesting. A huge dynamic, a huge change where we were just a few short years ago. 17 states closing right now. Let's listen to this.
Donald Trump has been awarded, to no one's surprise, the state of Alabama. They last voted Democratic for Carter, 76.
Probably gonna be a hot mess for us. Oh no, it's not too bad.
To a bright blue state, Connecticut, the land of steady habits. No projection here, no call here. The last Republican Connecticut voted for Bush in '88. In the state of Delaware, where Democrats have won the last 8 contests, 3 electoral votes at stake tonight, no decision. On to the state of Florida. And this, I can't wait to run past our panel. I think this is a surprise. A call at poll closing for Donald Trump. This is one of many fever dreams for Democrats on the electoral map. Aaron McPike's ready to talk about this as well, but Donald Trump has taken Florida. Florida, as you know, played a pivotal role in 2016. To the state of Illinois, 19 electoral votes. Biden won there by a margin of 17%.
That's what I'm saying.
Over these histories, you realize
but Florida's a law and order state. Don't mind my mess. Like how you guys, I have my bullhorn. You guys see my? That's the Gabby bullhorn right there.
In our great country, each day, 4 electoral votes at stake. Democrats have taken the last 8 elections there. The state of Maryland contains a blue check mark.
Oh, thank you, CA girl. I'm so happy you're with me for 2 months. I'm surprised you put up with my BS.
In the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you'll see another blue check mark for Kamala Harris. I note Massachusetts was George McGovern's only state. Problem for him was he was from South Dakota. The state of Mississippi, where Carter is the only modern-era Democrat to have gone blue there. 6 electoral votes. Bit surprised they don't have a call at poll close, but we'll watch it. The state of Missouri, which has teetered back and forth between bellwether status over the years. Missouri has been awarded to Donald Trump at poll close. The state of New Hampshire, we're still going there. They're still counting there. We do have some raw vote appearing in the contest for those 4 electoral votes. The state of New Jersey, home of the boss, Bruce Springsteen. Hey, boss. Home of Ocean County Fire Station 14. Hey, guys. The great Garden State, traditionally, dependably blue, most densely populated state in the Union and easily the most beautiful. In the state of Oklahoma, Lyndon Baines Johnson in '64 was the last Democrat to win that.
They already have him. They 0 estimated votes, but they know he's already going to win. That's crazy.
Trump. The big enchilada, by everyone's computation. Let's go easy here on the blue graph. These are chunks of early vote. I think we've all been at this long enough to know it's going to be a long time. 2.6% estimated total is what it says way down there in the eye chart fine print at the bottom, but believe it and watch that number grow throughout the night. As you all know by now, 19 electoral votes. It's been said, though there are other paths, that he or she who wins Pennsylvania has a better than even chance of winning the whole prize tonight. In the state of Rhode Island, small but bright blue for electoral votes. and we still don't have a call there. Tennessee has been awarded, again, as predicted, as expected, has been awarded to Donald Trump. And let's not forget the District of Columbia. An incredible stat. Biden carried D.C. by a margin of 17 votes.
Does that really surprise anybody? I mean, on both sides, that doesn't surprise anybody.
There is a blue check mark there next to the picture of Kamala Harris. We're not done. We have some Senate calls that also came in at poll close, starting in Massachusetts, where despite we have a lack of raw numbers on our graphic, Elizabeth Warren will be going back to the U.S. Senate for another term. And now I'm riding along with you, waiting to see what the next state, Florida Senate, Scott is in a formidable lead in the Florida Senate race. I'm now told, since we've been looking at this, it's been awarded to him. We'll work on our red check mark in the state of Florida. Let's bring on the next panel. That would be Marsha Blackburn.
I like Marsha. She's as sweet in person as you hear her voice.
Once more. Let's see, Rhode Island. Sheldon Whitehouse is going back for another trip to the U.S. Senate, the popular Democratic senator from there. And in Connecticut, Chris Murphy, the incumbent Democrat, going back as expected for another term. Is that it for the top of the hour? Yes, it is, which means...
All right, guys. So I wanted to let you guys hear that rundown. That rundown. I got two different. I got the phones going. I've got the TV going. Sorry, I have no roof. I have a flat roof. So what you guys saw is a electrical bar on a shelf and wires running everywhere because that's my power. That powers my TV. I don't even stay out here and use this TV. But I didn't, I could have sworn I saw like an advertisement come up on Amazon about them running the polls on Amazon. And I'm, I was sitting here and I was going through ABC and they were only, the news on the Fire Stick. It's like, you never have, it's never real time news. It's always segments they did in the morning. Like I have like Court TV app, but they're not doing polling and they're live. But like my news stuff are just rotations of segments that they've already done. And so you're not getting up to date. And I was getting frustrated and I was looking on the phone. It was like, I didn't want to hear all this commentary. I just wanted something that was focused on the elections. And it popped in my head. I remember them saying Amazon was doing something. And I'm like, let me just check, make sure I'm not going crazy. And sure enough, it was already live. And so if you guys have Amazon Prime, you can watch the elections live. They're doing so much on Amazon Prime. I don't know what I pay for Amazon Prime, but I know it's very affordable for the movies. I don't have Netflix, Hulu. I don't do that, but I do have Amazon Prime, and it's getting better. Even Thursday Night Football for all you meatheads out there. They have Thursday, and it's a great quality. It's beautiful on my 70-inch. I watched a football game. Yes, I did. So I wanted to remind everybody that Amazon Prime also, if you're a football junkie, they have the football programs on Amazon Prime on Thursdays, only Thursdays. But just for those that don't want to buy the NFL ticket, but want to catch a football game and have it in great quality, log in every Thursday. Truth is just not right, Blue. It can turn. Yeah. I'll be back shortly. Gotta put the kids to bed again. Okay, we'll give them hugs and kisses from the coffee club. So we got Harris at 27, Trump at 90 right now. But again, I don't want it to fool you guys. I do not want it to fool you guys because we got a lot of states that have to still be polled, still be counted. One of the things, let's talk about the messaging of both sides. So I think the problem, one, there were a lot of people that were really hot and bothered that they just replaced the presidential candidate from Biden to Harris. Now, a lot of people were upset about that, but a lot of people fell in line and got behind Harris and her statement. So this is the problem that I see in their campaign. I think their campaign solely focused mostly on women's rights. Personally speaking, we're not gonna get into the topic of women's rights. It's a hot button topic, so I know that people feel the way they feel. Okay, so, and I'm not gonna shame anybody for feeling the way they feel. I have my feelings. People have their feelings. We're not gonna get into that. But I think her downfall is her believing that that is an important issue to all Americans right now. Is it an important issue? I believe it is an important issue, but when you have an open border, you have record high deaths from overdoses, you have, inflation, people can't afford, groceries and their medication. And what are we going to do about the older people on fixed incomes? So I think that her messaging, while good in the economy that we were in, fell short of what people needed to hear to resonate with them. Now, I could be totally wrong. She might be the winner by the end of the night or the end of the week or however long it takes them to tally all this. But I really do believe her messaging should have been a lot broader and not singular focused on this women's health, because to be honest with you, when you can't afford groceries and you're now having to look at your children and work a second job and be away from them even longer, people put women's health on a back burner to the economy and finances, because the economy and finances is something that's hitting all Americans, not just a few, where women's rights are only affecting a minority compared to the economy argument. So we'll see how this goes. I personally think something has got to give here. I mean, our deficit is getting so high that our younger generations are going to be taxed out of the wazoo to try to pay this back. It just doesn't seem like it'll ever be paid back. You know what I'm saying? So it seems like these future generations are always going to be behind the eight ball, and it's just not fair for them. They deserve what our grandparents had. Our grandparents were able to amass some type of wealth. Our parents were able to amass a certain type of wealth. And now you're looking at record high taxes, high inflation. Everything is going through the roof. I mean, it seemed like overnight a dozen eggs went up $2 to $3. I mean, I about fell over. I mean, I've always bought a box of eggs, like 60 eggs, a big box. It's only me, but when I want eggs, I want eggs. And then when I want to cook something, I want to cook something. And I don't want to just have a dozen eggs. I get 60 eggs, I like that. And I can't afford them. I have to buy a dozen eggs now. I can't remember the last time I only bought a dozen eggs in literally 15 years. That's huge. And if I'm doing that, I gotta think that the rest of the people out here are having to do that as well. So Paris is starting to, I think, come up. I think we're at 27.90 right now. So we'll see how the what was funny is I didn't know Manchin was out. I guess I've been unplugged for a little while because he was just on this show talking about how it's hard, in this economy, which I think is true. It's hard in this economy or in this environment because you're either red or you're either blue. And it's really making it hard because apparently he's an independent. And it's kind of making it hard for the independents to run, in that he believes in term limits. I do believe in term limits. And he believes in open primaries. I don't know about the open primaries because I do like the fact that each party gets to pick who they want, and then those two people, get to battle it out. It just seems, to me, it just doesn't seem right for me to have an opportunity to throw, somebody of the opposite party off the ballot. through a primary when you can have two. I mean, what happens if you're in an area and you throw all the Democrats off the ballot, and the only thing left to put on the ballot is like Republicans if you're a Democrat, and vice versa if you're a Republican. I'm not sure about the whole open primary things. I think we have it right, to vote for each party to vote, for their leading candidate, and then those two leading candidates go head to head. I kind of like that, that makeup. But on the flip side of that, how many people are crossing party lines to throw those primary elections? You know what I'm saying? And I don't like that either, because it just seems it seems like cheating to me to do that. So I try to look at it at both sides, on both sides of the aisle, how I feel about a particular, policy or something. But I definitely think term limits aren't bad, because I feel like politicians, they get into political life, and somehow or another throughout the process, they get corrupted by money. And people that are, I mean, no offense, but look at, like, say Bernie Sanders, or say Biden, or for that matter the Bushes, or just people where they get into the Clintons, where they get into politics. They've only had political positions, yet they amass millions and millions of dollars. You're only making at best $100,000 a year. How are you amassing millions and millions of dollars? That, to me, my deductive reasoning tells me that there's corruption. And I was talking to my neighbor today, and we were talking about corruption and stuff like that. I'm like, it's on both sides of the aisle. I mean, it's not one side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle. It's something about politics in many cases, that people get into politics, in my opinion, to amass wealth. And I just scratched my head and saying, where are you getting that money? Because it sure does feel like it's coming from us. Somehow, some way, some sneaky way, they're getting our tax money. I'm sorry, that's how I feel. And I wish we had traditional statesmen back, just traditional statesmen. They're not there for the money, they're there for the country. And I don't think we'll ever, ever, ever see that again. Just my personal opinion about the situation. So let me see if I can try to make out the states that are won. It looks like Florida has been won for Trump. Mississippi and Alabama are red. It looks like South Carolina's red. Tennessee, West Virginia. I don't know what that state is. I don't know what that's. Oklahoma. Oklahoma's red. What state is that? I know it's Pennsylvania. I know that that's got to be Michigan. What flippin' state is that? I'm gonna have to look up a freaking map to figure out what state that is. Don't laugh at me. You guys have to do it too. Let me see. All right, here we go. What state is that? Ohio. It's Indiana. It's Indiana. Is it Indiana? It's Indiana. Because Ohio is still blue. Is that right? I thought Ohio was a red state. That's definitely... Oh, and Kentucky. Yeah, that's definitely Indiana. And it looks like Vermont went to Harris. So we've got Vermont is with Harris. And and it looks like Massachusetts. I know that's Maine.
So we're going to start that well-honed election night tradition of referring to these.
And I don't know what that is.
Their collar counties, their surrounding suburbs.
So we go over here to my handy dandy map. So it looks like Massachusetts and Rhode Island and Connecticut. It's so hard to believe that these little states, you know, when you look at them, like you hear so much about it, like New York and like New Jersey and Connecticut, and when you look on the map, they're just a little speck in comparison to all the other states, but they have an impact, you know, in large numbers. We still have, I wonder what's going on in Alaska and Hawaii. I think Alaska's red and Hawaii's blue. I can't remember. I really can't. I don't think they've closed. I think they're 5 hours behind us, actually. But so far, the only thing we've got is Harris and Trump. It hasn't changed, so there's no more tallies that have come in just yet. As soon as I get more tallies, I'll let you guys know. I'm sorry, I just don't understand what idiot would vote for Kamala. Shake my head. I feel like such a terrible person for saying it. I know, it's because we are so polar opposites with the policies, but there are polar opposites with our policies too. I mean, think about it. So they want everybody, you know, treated equal. They want basically to divide the wealth. They don't want any wealth. They want everybody to be, you know, I mean, really, they want help from the government. That's really what defines. Not just everything, but that's how it was easily defined for me. You know, it's more government based, and Republicans, in my opinion, are more business, and you know, we believe people should have the opportunities to create their own wealth without restriction. So it's, I guess it's a polar opposite of just ideology, right? Ideology. I think less taxes create more jobs. I believe that's just my personal opinion. Oh, thank you, Dreaming of Blue Skies. Nice to see you. Thank you. So I just think it's just a different of ideology. But what I don't like about it is the demonization of one or the other. And I've done the same thing. You know, back in 2016, it was very hostile. And if you were going to be in politics, you had to be just as hostile. But I think, you know, it's got to come to an end at some point, because we're all human beings, and destroying us verbally. Oh, we have a news alert. Hold on, let's turn it up.
No surprise, widely expected, bright red state, South Carolina, for Donald Trump.
South Carolina's been called for Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Again, this was in the expected category. That's why it is not a battleground. But there you have it. Now, as I was saying,
I like the ability to have, you know, I don't like everybody being cookie cutter. I don't like everybody. I mean, you think about it. Even your brain, you have a right side of the brain and the left side of your brain. Some people are more analytical. Some people are more creative. You know, those are different hemispheres of the brain. And so what I don't like is the dehumanization of human beings and degrading human beings based upon their voting. You know, I think that it needs to be about the policies, not the people. It's the policies that we disagree with, okay? It's not the people. I mean, yes, we get a little heated over certain topics, and that's got to start coming down at some point. But I think when people get away from arguing about the policies and coming together and finding ways to work through and navigate through, and then they start insulting people because maybe they don't like their information, or they've provided them some information that may contradict a statement or something like that, that's still when you contradict a statement or a policy, that's keeping it about the topic, you know. But there's the flip side of that, where we don't just argue about the policies. We don't make, factual or emotional arguments on it. What happens is somebody doesn't like what somebody else says, and then they're calling them a maggot or garbage or a basket of deplorables, or vice versa. I don't know, because I'm not on the other side, so I don't know what people call them, because I don't try to call people names. I mean, the worst thing I do is like, oh, you're stupid or you're an idiot, and even that's insulting, and that shouldn't be. It should be on the policies. If you can't see the policies, but I think there's a yin and yang in everything, and look at what the country would be if there was only one party. It does take two parties, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, to make this country better and to make the country strong. We can sit there and be divided all day long, but at the end of the day, it does take both sides to keep some kind of harmony and balance, because we are a melting pot of so many different ethnicities and religions and stuff like that. It's not going to change the way I believe. I believe the way I believe, but I think everybody else, we're living in America. You're entitled to believe what you want to believe. And you know what? There's nothing more American than to go and vote for your candidate, the one that resonates with you, not your neighbor, not, Joe Blow down the road, not a political, who resonates with you. And each person has, something that resonates with them a little bit more. But there's nothing more American than going in there and placing your ballot for the people that and topics that you want for change. And everybody's like, well, I don't want to vote because my vote doesn't matter. Everybody's vote matters. This is the democracy of our country. We're so much different than, say, Australia or the UK, where like the UK, they have kings and queens that have been ruling over that land for centuries. And then you come here and we have, 8-year presidents, the possibility or the option to have a president for only 8 years. We have term limits on our president for a reason, and I think we should have term limits on the people below the president. That's just, but I do believe everybody should go out and vote, and that's my message for you guys. I don't care what kind of aisle you're on, because it takes bipartisan to do what we do on this channel anyways. We need people on both sides of the aisle to go out there and fight for these kids and work on getting policies and holding the government accountable to what we here on this channel believe in. And the good news is what we believe in on this channel is our children and our victims, and finding better laws to either hold criminals more accountable or provide victims more relief. So, even though we're all a melting pot of different, voters and voter base, we still have a common goal together. And that's amazing, because we need each other to lead this charge, because there's nobody else. How many times have we heard on this campaign trail anything being brought up about our children? Honestly, making the Department of Children and Family Services a priority. We haven't heard any politician of top tier decision makers, true decision makers, even make that a campaign item. Yet our interstate policies haven't changed since something like 1969. That's something why I don't discriminate when it comes to this channel, what side of the aisle you're on, because you know what? That needs to be blown up on both sides of the aisle. Because here, year after year, our children are falling further and further out of our decision makers' minds, and we need the most help there. Do we have problems around the world? Yes, we do. But And do we accept them not taking care of our veterans the way that they should take care of our veterans? Yes. Think about all the veterans sleeping on the sidewalks because they can't afford a place to live. Elderly veterans that fought for my right to sit here and speak freely. We don't treat them well. And we're not treating our children well either. And the Department of Children and Family Services are sponsored by the feds. They've got to do better. They've got to do more. I don't know what to say. Tennessee needs to really step up to the plate. You know, Tennessee is a red state. And to see as much lawlessness as I see in Tennessee is bizarre to me. Because Republicans, from my understanding, from everything I've been law and order. I wasn't once, even though I was a Republican years ago when I was being crazy. But one of the things that is drilled into our heads is law and order, law and order, law and order. And for a state to be red and have law enforcement offices closed nights and weekends is the most bizarre thing I have ever heard in my life. So, I don't know. It is, there it is, Friday, November 29th. It looks like they're going to have Black Friday football on Prime. They're going to have football on Prime this on Friday. I think it's the Black Friday. That's awesome. They're doing so much on Amazon Prime. Donald Trump's about to cross over the 100 threshold. Arkansas's up.
So much expected to go into the Trump column. I'm a bit surprised we don't have a polls closed call. But we've already established.
We got Florida, Alabama, South Carolina, and then they got away from them. So I'm not sure which other ones we have. Hold on, let me see if I can look at it on this one.
Guest whose business is data. No pressure, but it all rides on this
We've
conversation.
got Kentucky,
No pressure at all. And on Lynn.
Oklahoma,
I love it when you're here because you have the goods. You are back there punching in all
Missouri.
these numbers, and you're
Missouri,
gonna give us some
it looks
extra
like.
time just to give us a sense of some of the trends.
Here, let me turn this around. I
that
think this will
we're
be
seeing.
good.
How much can that tell us about what's going on this early in the night?
Well, you guys are absolutely right. We don't want to make too much of this because, of course, people are still voting, and we want to let that play out. But we do have some early numbers, and it's going to help us make sense of how the race is being shaped. So let's take a look.
So the first question I imagine was, what were the top issues that people voted on? Was it immigration? Was it the economy? Was it abortion?
Exactly. We're at a point in the evening.
Here we go. Here we can say. So this is for Kamala Harris. Walk us through the most important issues for her versus Trump.
Yeah, so these are actually the things that voters said they had on their minds when they made up their decision. And you can see that the state of democracy and the economy are driving the story tonight. And if we look over at the Harris voters, 59% of them saying the state of democracy is what is the one thing that led them to their decision, followed by abortion. But then if we look at Trump voters, we see something different. 54% of them saying the economy.
Look how different these numbers are, though.
That's where we are, Abby.
Wow. Okay. Well, this obviously doesn't tell us everything, but it just gives you a sense of how people are thinking when they go into the voting booth. And another part of tonight people have been asking, are people voting for a candidate or are they voting against?
Yes.
Did you find anything on that?
Yes. In fact, we've asked people if their vote was mostly for their candidate or against their opponent. And we heard a lot about the double haters in this campaign, that people were dissatisfied, but we can see overall voters are voting for their candidate. They are team players. And that is if you're a Harris voter or if you're a Trump voter. A little bit of a difference there, but again, these numbers aren't final. They'll change
Do you
throughout
have
the night.
more people that voted for Trump saying they voted in favor of him versus against?
Harris.
A bit less for Harris.
Yeah, but the takeaway is this is something America
That would make sense, though. You know, Donald Trump has his MAGAs and his people.
Yes.
The other question that is on everyone's minds is, are America's best days ahead, or are they behind us? And that's how we're thinking about, both candidates are trying to convince people they're the person for the future.
Exactly. Or that the past was better than the future.
Right.
And so what do people think of that? Among all voters, 64% of them said America's best days are ahead of us. But again, if we look at that broken out by Harris voters and Trump voters, we see some differences. Harris voters are overwhelmingly invested that America's best days are in the future. Trump voters aren't so sure. It's a mix, 50-50.
Well, he was president before, so they want to give him probably a little credit for those 4 years that he was in office.
Maybe that's what they're thinking.
This is fascinating, Lynn. Keep punching those numbers. Give us anything that you hear.
Absolutely.
All right, Brian, over to you.
Thank you. We have
All right. I thought that was
here
interesting.
that, with our promise to
Turn that down.
other reporting, I wanted
It's hard to listen to the phone because I can hear it while I'm doing the stuff on here.
Cooper into the governor's mansion in North Carolina. That election's been called for Josh Stein. NBC
Governor
reporting-
Josh Stein for South Carolina, it sounds like. I wasn't paying attention to any of the
Ted Cruz characterizing as a
governor and U.S. Senate. I've been just watching the
Delaware for Kamala.
I know we want to take back the Senate. I believe the Senate is up for grabs this year.
To you from the Associated Press.
I could be wrong about that.
Georgia with more than a
Excuse me.
third
Sorry, I'm drinking soda.
Not every
That was
county
rude.
has reported results. Among the counties with no
Oops.
reported,
Jealous I should have taken off.
are the big and
I'm on vacation. I have 10 days off. Oh, nice.
and
I haven't had a vacation in forever. I think I got away to Daytona for a Christmas thing. And that was 3 years ago. I don't know. I don't know. If I were to go on vacation, I don't even know where I would want to go. You know? We're leading the Senate. Awesome. I need one, Betty. Let's go. Let's do it. Yeah, right? I don't know. I haven't even considered a vacation. I think it's because I just travel so much. Like a vacation to me is sitting in pajamas, eating bonbons or something. I've never ate a bonbon before, but it always seems to roll off the tongue. I haven't had a vacation since before 2000. Oh my goodness. Well, hopefully we'll get some more money in our pocket and I'm on a stay home vacation. Hey, that like a staycation is great for me. That's my vacation, the couch. Right. Right, you know. Well, mine wouldn't be the couch. Like, I'm very rarely out here. I just started coming out here. But part of the problem is my fire stick that was hooked up out here fried out. I didn't realize it. I don't know how long it's been fried out. And so it made it difficult, but I noticed that she was a lot more playful and you know, she can jump off the couch and jump back on where she can't do that on the bed. And so I liked her. I liked being out here a little more instead of in the room or in the office because she could jump off. She'd be in my lap when she wanted to get in my lap. You know, you wouldn't hear as much whimpering, you know. And if she wants to play with her animals and her toys, she can. When she's in the bed, I've got to put the toys in the bed. When she's in the office, I got to do the same thing. But even in the office, she's on the floor and can't really get in my lap because of the desk. And so she whimpers in the office. So this is really the only place I found that she is comfortable where she doesn't have all the, you know, the whimpering.
They spoke in charts.
But
they would have charts saying Bidenomics is working. Look at how great the economy is. Why are you saying it's bad? It's so great. And Trump, what he's always been good at is meeting people where they are and saying, I feel your pain. I'm here to help you. I know that gas is more expensive. I know that you're making hard decisions on whether or not to send your kid to soccer camp or pay for a babysitter. I know that the everyday.
yeah, that's true. I never even thought about that, how expensive babysitters and soccer camps and all that stuff have gotten. I mean, when we were kids and went and did that stuff, I mean, you would have like a summer or, you know, a 2-week thing for a couple $100. I think it's like thousands of dollars now. I mean, I don't know how parents are doing it this day and age.
You know, are swing voters. They might be financially sound, but they really don't like Trump, but they really, really don't like paying $8 a gallon for gas. Right?
That's the problem right there. I don't know if you guys heard, or I should have turned it up. They said that you have, this class where they really don't like Trump, but they're in the suburbs paying like $8 a gallon of gas, and so these are the types of things that are pushing these voters over the edge, because they can't. Their affordability is shot.
Going to the poll and they ask me like name, and they give you a list of which was your top issue.
Here, turn this
I
up.
think I'd say
This is
abortion.
interesting.
Even if that's what drove me to the poll, I'd probably say democracy or something, because I think it's it's a single issue, abortion, and I think maybe it drove women to the poll, but maybe going in there, when you come out and do those exit polls, you say, yeah, democracy's at stake, because freedom, remember, this is freedom to have control over your own body and that kind of thing, and so they sort of tried to translate it into democracy and freedom. So that doesn't surprise me as much, and I think the economy clearly is something that everybody votes on, as James will tell you time and again.
And has been for years.
Yes.
And Congressman,
Yeah, because when
democracy also could
people
go
lose
either
their
way.
money, that's the worst, and it does affect us. I mean, this whole channel is affected by gas because we travel. It makes our airplane tickets more. It makes our traveling in rental cars more. It makes our overall travel more costly. You have higher cost of gas. You have higher cost of everything, even goods. Why? Because it takes more money to have that stuff shipped out. All the stuff at the grocery stores, all the stuff at the convenience stores, it's all shipped. And if they're paying $5 or $6 a gallon of diesel, when it was $3 a gallon of diesel, your cost just on the shipping has gone up 50%. Highly recommended a train trip. Just have 10 days with my grown daughter. Was priceless. Oh, I've never been on a train. I've been on a bus. I've been on a plane. I haven't even been on like a ship for travel. So a train and a ship I haven't done for travel. I go to Florida about 3 times a year. Would love to meet up with Betty one day. Well, let me know. Bullhornbetty@gmail.com. Tell me when you come into town. If I'm here and I'm around, I'll meet you. Anybody will tell you. I mean, I met friends down at in Mab. I met him down in Key West. I went in other areas and worked, and somebody reached out to me and met them for lunch, met them for coffee. I met Lovitz. I went to coffee with her when I was in Virginia. That's how I met Karen. I brought her out to, she wanted to come out, and met her. I don't mind meeting people. I don't mind going out when I'm out and about. Yeah, just send me. My son lives in Lakeland's not that far from here. I think it's maybe like an hour. Yeah, I love meeting people. Not at all like being rocked like a baby. The food was delicious too. Oh, good. Hey, JC World. Yeah, things are okay. I mean, they're not the best in the world. I mean, I've got a lot of stuff going on in my personal stuff. Okay, Donald Trump has crossed over the 100 mark. So Harris is at 27. Trump is at 105 right now. Let me see what states he just. Wish they'd list the states. This map that I'm looking at doesn't have the states on it, and it's driving me crazy. I mean, it shows the states, but you got to have a map to figure out what the states are, because I'm not smarter than a 5th grader. I can recognize some of them. I got Florida, South Carolina. We got, it looks like, Alabama and Mississippi. Oklahoma. Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Indiana, and Florida. It sounds like that's what they've got for him right now. One poll here is saying he's 105, and then the poll on the live view from AP is showing, so it's showing Harris at 71 and Trump at 101. So she's starting to close the gap, even though it's showing on my screen here 27 and 105, unless I'm wrong about that. Huh, that's weird. I wonder why the AP is showing different numbers. That's a little odd for me. Because this was keeping up with the poll on AP. And then all of a sudden she jumped. Huh, that's weird. See? I don't know if you guys can see that, but it says 70. Yeah, it says 71 for her, 71 up here, and 101. But when you go to the real-time poll on Prime, oh shit, I hit the frickin' button, damn it. Sorry, I put the phone on it. Resume, watch live. Okay. Okay, let me turn this around. I don't know if you guys can see that, but then it says Harris 27 and Trump 105. That's just odd for me. Why is one showing more than another? That doesn't make sense to me. Let's put this up. There we go. That doesn't make sense to me. So I'm watching this very closely, and I think that put this up. There we go. Close this down. So I think there's something that they're counting on this one, because it's only showing it's starting to fill in over in the smaller states. So that's kind of where we are in the polling of the AP, Associated Press, live broadcast. And then I'm watching Amazon. So we're getting a good lay of the land on both fronts. Can you believe that AP News has 170,000 people watching? It's like, wow. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? That chat has got to be nuts in there. I'm waiting for them to call one, because it sounds like AP News called a few states that the AP or that the Amazon hasn't called yet. I don't know why. I know Wisconsin is going to be a Wisconsin. I'm watching Wisconsin. I'm watching Pennsylvania. I'm watching Arizona. Those are the three states I'm concerned with right now. Is Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. So, and those aren't being called, and of course, Arizona and Nevada won't even close their polls until, well, they might be closing their polls now. They might be closing their polls now. Sweet Misery, is your polls closed? You're in Arizona. Are they still open? Well, I know a lot of my friends are in Palm Beach. I think it's Palm Beach that they're at. I know that I was talking to several people today. I just I can't make it. I got all this stuff. Plus, I'm this is not a good month for me. So I'm sitting pretty. One more hour. Okay, thanks, Sweet Misery. Thank you. West Coast closes in 10 minutes, I think. Okay. Who else? Who's in the Midwest area? Do we have anybody in the Midwest area? Can you guys give us an update on what everything's looking like in your area? When are the polls closing? How are you feeling one way or the other? We have paper ballots. Oh, nice. Utah still going for another hour. Okay, thank you, Truth and Time. If anybody knows, throw your stuff up there as we're watching so we can get an idea of where we're all at. I know we're all on pins and needles. I know I am. I'm antsy in my pantsy. And I knew if I was that antsy that everybody else would be that antsy too. You know? Iowa closes at 8 p.m. Thank you, Hen House. SRK says 11 p.m. Oregon. Okay. I'm in Washington and we still have 2 more hours before polls close. Michigan is closed. Okay, thank you guys. This is great. Tennessee is great. My anxiety is off the wall. I know. Georgia, it hasn't been called yet. It's kind of shaded red. It's like a pink, which means it's leaning red. See, Georgia is leaning red, but it hasn't been called yet. That's going to be an interesting state. We've got to keep an eye on this state as well. For either side. Every patient I have had today has increased anxiety. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I bet. The machines in Pennsylvania are already causing problems. Imagine that. Yeah. Well, I know that they're being strict because I saw something come across their desk and it basically said that they had to start the recalculation all over because the machines weren't sealed properly. So they had to either bring in new machines or have somebody come and properly seal the machines. It hadn't affected any of the ballots, but it is letting the people know that this is, you know, everybody is paying very, 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 and I mean very close attention to what is going on. 9 p.m. in Colorado. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Okay. I'm smoking. My aunt lives in Georgia. Well, Georgia hasn't closed. I know that because I'm watching it, and it's still the pink. You know, it seems like it's leaning red, but we know that there's a lot of people, especially in like the Atlanta area. I wonder what is going on. What state is that? Hold on. Let me turn this way. Really? There it is. Okay. What state is that? Okay, it's the one by there. New York. Okay, so New York is still, this is kind of interesting. New York is still solid white. It hasn't, so they must not have started their counting or something, because usually they shade it like a light blue or a pink to represent how that state's leaning, and it's still white, and so is Louisiana, which I find a little interesting, you know, because I would think that would have turned blue, almost blue immediately, honestly. So I'm wondering about their counting in New York. Aw, guys. So thank you, Holly. Holly gave me hi BHB with some flaming hearts. Melanie, it's nice to see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the coverage. And Dreaming Blue Skies, thank you again so much. I'm actually working on setting up a new site for us to do live streams on during the day. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do it yet, but I think it'll be very interesting. You know, I've just got to make some different type of backgrounds, and I'm going to spruce that up, but you guys know how it is. I'm always, with everything going on, and everything's just been slow at getting taken care of. I also have a website. I've been paying for a website for the last 4 years, and I've never built the website. So I've got some things that are coming. I was supposed to do it, several years ago, and it's just got put on the back burner because of cases and other things going on. So we'll be rolling out some interesting stuff, here in the near future. I expect 2025 and 2026 to be very interesting for this channel and for the content on this channel. So I don't know how it's all going to work out. Once I start getting into the planning phase, I'll have more of an idea, and you guys will know because I'll start getting ultra excited. Makes you wonder, don't it, Betty? Yeah. New York will be blue. That's what I'm thinking too. New York is pretty much, I don't know. I really don't see anything that's going to make New York change, and I don't understand. Part of me doesn't understand it because there were so many people that fled New York because of affordability reasons, and a lot of that has to do with the way they've been voting all this time. So if you're doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, that's the insanity behind it. If something isn't working for you, make the change, figure out the change, be involved. That's always my message. Get involved, because your voice matters and so does your vote. I don't want anybody ever thinking their voice or their vote does not matter, because it does. I don't know what's going on with these polls, though. I don't understand why AP has 71 and 101, and on here it's 27 to 105. I just don't get that. Let's listen to this. Hold on. Where's my remote? Oh crap. Oh, there it is.
Right now to do anything. If Republicans hold the House and flip the Senate, which they are well on their way to do right now, the ability to overturn that legacy becomes stronger, because there's a 90-day Congressional Review Act period where you can take that legislation and overturn it in Congress. Not legislation, the executive action overturn it in Congress. So this legacy time frame right now is butting up against not only the election, but the change in the guard. And if Biden wants to shore this up, he's probably a little too late.
You could have a full Republican.
You could have a clean sweep
president.
here.
Yeah.
It has to deal with Hunter Biden.
Well, that would be interesting. I didn't even think of it like that. It sounds like, because we're holding the House, which I've known, and they're trying to flip the Senate. If we do flip the Senate and we get the presidency, that might rock the boat a little bit. I will tell you. I was really proud, and this is what I'll say. I was really proud of our work on my own county commission, and we predominantly have always, we have 7 county commissioners, and typically one of those seats are historically a Democrat seat. And last year, the last election, we actually swept that out, and it was a complete conservative board. But the infighting of that really conservative board it got pretty bad. And then some of the newer freshman commissioners that had never been a commissioner before were being pampered by the developers, which a lot of the citizens of this county were paying. All of us are feeling the growing pains here. I mean, the roads, they're always clogged. We never used to have clogged roads. It's just building. Our roofs, our houses are going through the roof. We're now, our homes, our median prices here in Manatee County outpace Sarasota. That has never happened before, ever. A lot of people, throughout my upbringing, we always try to live in Bradenton, work in Sarasota, because the cost of living in Bradenton or Manatee County was much lower than to live in Sarasota, but it was just a 15, 20, 25 minute commute to make several dollars extra an hour, so people would do it. They would work in Sarasota and stay in Manatee County. And now it's just the opposite. It's actually cheaper for you to move to Sarasota County and commute to Manatee County.
We cannot and will not jump the gun here. We have, 15 seconds, 10 seconds before the top of the hour. As I
Okay,
said,
let's see what they have to say.
we have 15 states closing, and if past performance is any guarantee, we will have some calls at poll closing. Let's roll the animation. Here we go. Kind of the heart of the evening as poll closures are considered. Arizona, 11 electoral votes at stake there. We all know about Arizona. Biden's win in 2020 at the end of the day was 0.3%. In the state of Colorado. Took a drink of water.
Oh, thank you.
Full
It's me,
disclosure, 10
Jen. It's
electoral
nice to
votes at
see you, my
stake.
love. I hope you're doing well.
Joe
Happy
Biden
Election
was
Day.
the first double-digit Democratic win since LBJ. 10 electoral votes in the Rocky Mountain state. A lot of Democrats know how that's going to go before the evening is over. So much talk this week about Iowa because of the poll that came out this evening showing Kamala Harris up by 3. It is true that Democrats have won 6 of the last 7 in Iowa. This is a state to watch, though not on the list of battlegrounds, of course. Bright red Kansas, where the last Democrat to win, LBJ in 64. There is some raw vote. Kansas 29%. Was on the list of states where we could have had a poll close call. Ditto with Louisiana. Carter and Clinton were the last Dems to live there. 8 electoral votes. In the state of Louisiana, you will find a small town.
0
named
counted
Carville.
so far.
I'll leave it up to you to guess who came from that small town and rose to national prominence. The state of Michigan, absolutely critical.
Oh, thank
this is
you.
the state Donald Trump flipped in 16, gained an electoral vote. They're now at 15. That's the raw vote. It's going to be a long night. We'll watch it very closely.
It's going to be a
In
long
the
night,
great
y'all.
state of Minnesota, home of Al Franken, home of vice presidential nominee Tim Walz, the current sitting governor. Longest Democratic streak in the country after voting for Nixon in 72. It's been all blue in the great state of Minnesota. Nebraska is the opposite situation. Last Democrat to win there was LBJ in 64. In New Mexico, Bush in 04 was the last Republican to win New Mexico with 5 electoral votes. New York, certainly a big enchilada out east in
0
terms
counted.
of its electoral votes, 28 of them. A predictable result tonight as New York is predictably red. In the state
New York
of
is
North
predictably
Dakota,
red?
we have a call. Red check mark. Donald
Is
Trump.
that right?
No surprise. Last Democrat to win there, LBJ. Same situation to the south. This is why George McGovern couldn't carry his own state. Last Democrat to win South Dakota was LBJ, and it's 3 electoral votes. We've been talking about Texas tonight.
He must have
30 million
misspoke.
people, 40 electoral votes. The last Democrat to win the state was Jimmy Carter. This is a poll close call for Donald Trump. It is, prime on
He
the
won
list of
Texas.
Democratic fever dreams to overcome and take that state. Crucial, Wisconsin. Democratic streak was broken there when Trump went there in 16.
That's
and won
a state
Wisconsin.
I'm watching right
10
now.
electoral votes, a state to watch as the evening gets later. And Wyoming, where again, the Democratic formula that won the last time, LBJ, 64. 3 electoral votes. It is a poll close call for Donald Trump. Aaron McPike at the map. Georgia again. There it is.
Brian, Georgia again. So we want to say where we are right now in Georgia. We are starting with 2/3 of the vote in, 66.4% of votes counted. Right now, Donald Trump just under 53%, Kamala Harris under 47%. Again, we have 1/3 of the votes still to go. A lot of this is election day votes and then a little bit of absentee mail ballots that are going to come in later. Obviously, so far this is good for Trump. I want to show you where Democrats may be looking for some good signs. First, we're going to start here in Augusta, a city. We've been talking about Atlanta all night. I'm just going to start here in Augusta. Right now, Kamala Harris at 69.1% of the vote. She is running ahead of Joe Biden there. Another little tiny county I want to talk about for a second. Now, Trump is over 80% of the vote here, but what Democrats are saying is that Kamala Harris got 18% of the early vote, and as they're starting to count election day vote, she's getting 22% of the vote. It is a tiny, tiny county, but if she's doing a little bit better among election day voters, they take that as a good sign. Then let's look at a couple of these Atlanta counties in the blue blob. You're going to hear us talk about more about these counties in the next couple of hours. Here, DeKalb. Right now, 63.8% of the vote in. Kamala Harris is 82.6. She's a little bit behind Joe Biden at the moment. Then Cobb. Cobb is an important county because Donald Trump is trying to cut her margins in this county. He visited Cobb County twice in October. Right now, Harris at 57.6%, a little over 75% of the vote in. She is running ahead of Joe Biden there. So, Democrats seeing some good signs in Georgia, but as you can tell, let me go out for a second. Right now, we've gone up just a little bit here. Trump at 53% in Georgia, Brian.
All right, stay on it. Some notes coming in on my phone from our producer, Katie Remchen, Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, extending their voting hours to accommodate for the long lines. That comes to us courtesy CBS News. Ballot measure in Florida to legalize marijuana did not pass. According to NBC, MSNBC rather, the Florida abortion update, the amendment that would codify abortion rights, it has to pass by 60. It's sitting at 57 yes to 43 no. So this is an interesting and harrowing time in the evening, this election night of 2024, a good time to bring in our next guest from the battleground state of Pennsylvania, from a critical congressional district in Pennsylvania. Congresswoman Madeleine Dean is with us from Montgomery County. Congresswoman, thank you for
Let's see what she
joining
has
us.
to say.
It's good to see you again. First of all, let's start local and go wider. Tell us about your district, what you know about turnout and returns.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to start by saying thank you for inviting me tonight. I have been an admirer of you and your work for a very long time, but I have to make one correction.
Oh no! Did I know I called New York reliably blue. It was a brain, you know what? I apologize. Go ahead.
No, cheesesteaks, D'Alessandro's.
No, it's Jim's at 4th and South Street. I'm sorry.
Or don't forget, in my district, Rockies in Glenside. So, to my district, it was very fun today to drive around, as we always do, to 20 plus polling places, 275 or more miles, and my team, who is so tired of being around me. But what was really different today, Brian, was the long lines, the calmness of it, the certainty of it, that people really, of course it was a gorgeous day, but they wanted to be out on this gorgeous day, actively participating in this historic election. And so what we saw in my Montgomery and Berks counties, it's the 4th Congressional District of Pennsylvania. We say Montgomery County is the key to the Keystone. You know that historic reference.
If you guys are in PA, be sure to get out and vote. It sounds like they are leaving the polling stations open due to accommodate long lines. I don't know if they've cut off voters, but if you're in Pennsylvania and you can get out and vote and you haven't voted yet, make sure you get out to vote. Who's winning? It is Harris 30, Trump 154, but there's a lot left to go. I mean, this is really, even though it sounds promising, we haven't gotten the votes in from the blue states yet, because there's some blue states that, you know, obviously we got California still open. We got a lot of blue states that are still open that haven't, started counting their polls or their ballots.
Harris, Delaware for Harris.
Delaware has been called for Harris.
Obviously, Delaware is Joe Biden territory. Harris gets the blue check. Congresswoman, forgive me. Let's sharpen the point on this and tell me where.
So we got Harris 30, Donald Trump 154 right now. The goal is 270. Whoever gets to 270 becomes president. So that's kind of where we're at. This is just nerve-wracking. I don't know what else to say. But Delilah's sporting her election gear. I don't know if you guys saw this or not. Did I show you guys already? She's sporting her election gear. Little girl. Little girl, little girl. Aww. Look at her. She's like, hey. I love my mommy. My mommy's so sweet. I just want to lick her to death. My mommy's so sweet. I just want to lick her to death. What? You don't want to show off anymore? She's like, no, Mom, I want to be lazy. She's the most cuddly puppy I've ever had. This puppy right here, I try to get her to play. She doesn't. She just wants to hang out with me. So the only way I can get her to play is play with her. If I play with her, she'll play. Say hi, everybody. Erg. Erg. Oh, the baby. Yeah, the baby. The baby. She love her mommy. She love her mommy. Who did you vote for? I voted for Donald Trump for my mommy. Did you? Did you put a paw print next to his name? Yes, I did. Big old paw print and a tooth print just to make sure I stamped it. She did get a hold of. I'm like, no, not the ballot. That's the problem with mail-in ballots. Just saying. Be careful if you got dogs. I think she got. I can't remember what she got. It wasn't important, but she put a little, hole punch in it. I've got this coffee card for one of the diners around here, and they give you a little hole punch for every time you get a coffee. I don't think she realizes that's not what you're supposed to do with the ballot. You're supposed to color it in, not poke holes in it. Aww, she's so cute. She's so cute. All right, let's see what we got.
The FEC allows it. Congresswoman Natalie Dean, the veteran from Pennsylvania.
Oh, excuse me.
Now joined by
I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to take it.
Politico. She's in their Washington, D.C. newsroom. Meredith, you've been listening perhaps to the conversation. I'm sure you're up on the state calls so far, and I'm sure you're up on the exits and the vote in so far. Is there anything you're hearing from sources that would help our coverage along?
I've been checking in with folks on the Trump campaign, and they say they're feeling good. Cautiously optimistic seems like it's the key word for the night for both the Harris and the Trump campaigns. But for Trump advisors that I've spoken to, their confidence is backed up by some of the exit polls that they've seen. They've pointed to some of the gains that Donald Trump has made with Latino voters, in particular Latino men and black men. And they were already liking some of the numbers that they saw come in around rural voters from some of the early voting data that we saw roll in before the election. But they have been looking to see how they perform with blacks, Latinos, and in particular these low propensity voters that they've been targeting throughout the campaign.
And of course, the question of the night will become padding, firewalls. Is it enough? Is it enough to make up for early? Is it enough to make up for the surge in the favorite demographic category this cycle is women 65, 70.
Have a good night, Mel.
Women who, in other words, were young when abortion rights, or so they thought, were enshrined by Justice Blackmun in his Roe versus Wade opinion.
Well, that's one of the big questions, I think, of the night. The Trump campaign throughout the 2024 election has really put so much of their focus on young male voters. And one of the things I'm going to be watching for is if they're actually able to drive these voters out to the polls and make a difference in some of the major gender divides that we're seeing and the gains that the Harris campaign has made with women voters in particular, like you said, who have been drawn out to the polls in the aftermath of the Dobbs decision and in response to abortion.
Did you find poll close call for Trump in Florida notable, especially given, you know, Democrats are going to hold out hope that they're going to get that state someday?
But they're going to get that state someday. I think there are a lot of targets on the map. I'm also looking at Texas here tonight, which is another state where, you know, we're closely watching the Senate race in that state as well to see what happens there too.
Meredith McGraw, thank you for your time. We know we know you have
Interesting.
and a night job on a night like me. I'm just looking for updates as they come into me. MSNBC reporting Trump is doing better with same-day voters than early voters in North Carolina. Dan Osborne leading the contentious Nebraska Senate race with a third of the vote in. He's up at 59.1%. Again, the latest Florida abortion measure update, 57% yes. The threshold is 60.
So we'll see if that passes. Apparently the marijuana initiative did not pass. I think I mean, I was surprised because it sounded like our marijuana bill for medical marijuana several years ago that was pushed by John, oh gosh, what is his name? He has a lot of John Morgan & Morgan, a lot of the law firms. He was pushing for the medical marijuana, and they were able to pass it, and it passed with record numbers. And I'm just kind of surprised at this one. At least that's what I remember. I might be wrong about that. Do your own research, but I think it did, and I was expecting this to pass as well, but it did not. And this was for recreational. My understanding is it was for recreational use. And I think, you know, here in the state of Florida with the everything that goes along, I don't know, they just don't. In part, I wish it would be legalized so it would stop a lot of the low-level arrests. But the flip side is on that, do we really want to be, you know, I just don't know if it, but people drink alcohol. And after many studies that I personally read related to marijuana, it does have some good properties that can help people with a whole type of ailments from Parkinson's to cancer to a bunch of stuff. I think it's necessary, but I think they're treating it as a medicine, which in all fairness they should probably do. I know that doesn't make a lot of Floridians happy, but
There are a lot of under 30 voters coming out in Clark County. This is the
that's just where I'm at with that. And I'm not sure if I would really want a lot of people smoking in their cars driving around, you know. I still believe it does something, you know, psychologically to you. So we're still stuck at 30 and 54. I don't know when they're going to call the next state. Henhouse says North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, South Carolina, West Virginia, and Florida. All these states are deep red. Yeah, that's why it's very important to look at like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. It's very, very important, and I'm trying to watch this. Actually, as a matter of fact, let me see what we got. Looks like we got a few more called. Wow, look at this. Look at the map so far. That's according to the AP, and they're showing Harris 99 and Trump 177. So they're calling more states than the Amazon Prime, but I think they're being very cautious to make sure that they're not, you know, calling them too soon. But it looks like Trump is almost to 200. He's about 23 points away from 200, crossing over that 200 threshold, and Harris is still lagging. She hasn't quite, according to the AP, she hasn't quite crossed over the 100 point threshold. And on the Amazon one, it's Harris is at 30, Trump is at 154. So it sounds like the AP is calling states a little sooner than some of the other people. I'm hoping that they're accurate. I get a little nervous when they start calling them too much, but it does depend on how many. Some people do their calculation a little differently. They see how many are left to count, and at the pace that they're doing, would they be able to flip it from where it's currently at? If the answer is no, I think they go ahead and call it early. If the answer is yes, I think they wait. And Georgia is still pink. North Carolina is still pink. And Virginia is still pink. I didn't think Virginia, I thought Virginia was blue. They've got Virginia and North Carolina on AP as pink, and those are two that I wasn't expecting. I was expecting those to kind of go to blue, but they have Pennsylvania, which is huge, shaded a light blue, which means it's leaning toward Harris. It's leaning toward Harris. Montana, Idaho, Utah, Arizona, Nevada, California, Oregon, and Washington are still solid white. So my assumption is those have not closed because it's all on this the East Coast. So I'm assuming that these polling stations haven't begun counting yet. I will tell you that New York has turned blue. So it sounds like, and it's a dark blue. So it sounds to me as if Harris has already won New York. It went from white to solid blue. So it sounds like they've got their counting in and it's coming back. So, and it looks like, oh, that's interesting. So Wisconsin is pink, and that was one that I was monitoring. So Wisconsin is pink. I still haven't seen Arizona or Nevada. So once we look at those, we can kind of get a little more update, a little more idea of how we're doing it. It looks like she's got a T right in the middle of the country, or an H rather, right in the middle of the country. So it looks like New Mexico's blue, Colorado, and Kansas. Those look like the ones that have recently shaded a light blue, saying it appears to be leaning more Democratic. Here, we'll listen to this. Oh, good gracious. I like Ben Shapiro.
In the Hispanic community toward President Trump and toward Republicans more broadly is quite real. You're seeing it in Texas, you're seeing it in Florida, you're seeing it in some of the NBC News exit polling data suggesting that Trump may win up to 45%. I moved to Florida, for example.
Oh, I didn't even
You're not gonna
realize.
see it
Sorry, I
reflected
accidentally
until you
hit a
start
mute
seeing
button. I
balloting
guess you guys didn't
out
hear
of
me. Hey,
Pennsylvania
Seth.
and Michigan, which with both have a large Jewish population in the suburbs around Pittsburgh, suburbs
Sorry,
around
guys.
Philadelphia, suburbs around Detroit.
I must have hit a
And obviously
button.
in Michigan, you also have a very large Arab population in places like Dearborn. So you're not really going
Aw,
to see the
thank
impact
you,
of that
Samantha.
until later. The youth vote numbers, I think it's a little bit hard to break down at this hour just because it's too early, whether the youth vote didn't show up for Kamala Harris because of Gaza or something. I was always a little bit doubtful that would be the case. The youth vote tends to show up exactly when the youth vote wants to show up, whether it's low or high. It doesn't seem to be a single factor vote.
Were you surprised by the poll close?
Sorry, guys, for muting that. I didn't mean to. I guess when it fell forward, I grabbed it and it must have hit the mute button, so I apologize about that.
Deep red state now. I mean, just Brian, you and I are old enough to remember when Florida was the bellwether state, and so is Ohio. Those are both heavy red states. You're starting to see real transformation across the map. You know, in one election cycle, my prediction is that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan will also be trending in the direction of Ohio. Well, conversely, Virginia is going to continue to trend blue, sort of as Colorado moved from purple to blue.
Ben, thank you very much. It's going to be, boy, this evening could stretch into several. This is going to be one to watch, and I'll hold you to those trend predictions, and if we're both still around in a couple of years, we'll do this again. Ben Shapiro has been our guest tonight. We're going to take another break. When we come back, oh, hang on.
Yep.
Okay, not a surprise. Bright red Louisiana remains bright red. Trump is called there. The red check mark again.
Louisiana just
about
ran,
quarter
just
of the
one.
vote is in. We have another one, and that is in New England. Small but mighty Democratic stronghold of Rhode Island. Kamala Harris has been declared the winner of that race. This is the time of the night when these will start flying in over the transom. We'll fit in a break here.
Wow, Rhode Island.
The hour, and when we come back, there's nothing.
Look how close Rhode Island was. 10% of flip. I never thought Rhode Island would ever be that close in a race, ever. That's definitely interesting. Holy smokes. Rhode Island, that, I mean, I know that Rhode Island was going to go to Kamala, but did you guys see that spread? Only 10 points. I remember when there was a huge field between the parties in Rhode Island. Am I wrong about that? I could have sworn that even though they trended blue and she's elected, that it was 45 to 55. 45 to 55 in Rhode Island. Wow. Bengals and Ravens is this Thursday at 7 p.m. If anybody's interested, you can watch it on Amazon Prime, front row seat. No, that's surprising. Yeah, that was some surprising. I watch these things every year, and while I don't pay attention to, obviously the blue states as much as as trying to figure out the red states, because that's just the way, I'm sure somebody in the audience is just the opposite because of how they lean and how they vote. But I'm pretty sure Rhode Island was predominantly blue, much like Massachusetts and Connecticut. So seeing that close of a race in Rhode Island, it's hard for me to believe. Utah closes in 30 minutes. Thank you. Utah's about to close, guys. We should start having some data coming in for that side of the country here soon. I'm in solid red county in Utah. Okay. Here we got another news alert.
Knew when I called New York.
I knew that.
Red, it was just early.
See, that's kind of what I expected. That or a little more in Rhode Island.
28 electoral votes, kind of the kingpin of the blue wall going to Kamala Harris. But for what it's worth, that call just came into us. Gillibrand reelected U.S. Senate in New York. Kirsten Gillibrand will be going back to the U.S. Senate. We are getting these Senate calls, obviously, in real time. We'll sprinkle them into the coverage. What I'd like to do now is check in with both headquarters. Shep Smith is at Howard University in Washington, as has been mentioned, the alma mater of the vice president. And Shep, tell us how things have changed since we last checked in and what you're hearing.
Well, how things have changed, this has become a club. One which would require hundreds of dollars on my part to be able to enter. The music is 10 out of 10, as a good friend would say. And you can see back here over my shoulder, thousands or hundreds, many hundreds, maybe 1,000 supporters have been brought in back there. And as far as the campaign itself, and they're holding it really pretty close. I mean, they're not getting ahead of their skis. I think they have some mixed signals out of North Carolina, as you guys have been discussing. Anson County down on the border with Georgia is kind of iffy for them. The big cities, the counties around the big cities, they're feeling pretty good about. North Carolina, they don't know yet. As for Pennsylvania, you know, they've concentrated everything of their last days on Pennsylvania. And, you know, I think this turnout in Philadelphia, it seems to be something that's giving them life.
I'm sorry to hear that, Seth.
Roads lead through Pennsylvania.
I hope you're getting some
Pennsylvania,
rest.
you got shot. It's too early for anyone here to be saying, we feel like we're on the way, or we feel like we're dead. We're in that period where they're just sort of watching the data, and as it comes in, it's not giving very clear signs in either of those very important states.
Lydia, before I come to you at the convention center in Florida, a couple notes here. Again, passing along coverage to our audience from other organizations. AP, early Wisconsin Senate, Hovde, the Republican, leading that race. Texas Senate, Associated Press. Ted Cruz is running at 51.7 of the vote, with 57% of the vote reporting. So slightly over half, with slightly over half of the returns in. Going to be a long night. NBC News reporting Harris overperforming in the blue counties of Ohio, but Fox just called Ohio for Trump with 54% of the vote in. John King is reporting on CNN, Allegheny County in Pennsylvania, with just under half the vote, 47% reporting. Harris is running at 67.9%. But remember, Allegheny, one of those hoped for Democratic cleanup counties. Okay, Lydia, thank you for your patience. Tell us what you're picking up at your election night gathering.
Yeah, the convention center is really feeling up. A lot of MAGA hats. People are feeling very optimistic at this point. It does feel a bit like a party, toggling between Fox and CNN. There's been a lot of cheers anytime a state is projected or called for Donald Trump. And a lot of cheers, obviously, when he won Florida. Now, that is no surprise. But what is surprising to some of the strategists and the GOP insiders I'm speaking with, they're saying he won by a much heftier margin than they expected him to. They were expecting about 8 points. He won by 12 points. These folks are also pointing to Virginia, where it's tight. They do not expect to win that state, even though Trump did visit and rally there last week. But they note that the fact it's much tighter there is a really good sign. And what we've been hearing from sources inside the campaign is they are really hoping they can win the Sun Belt and win it early. And so they're looking at what's happening in Florida, in Virginia, looking at those margins and thinking, okay, if this is how it's going, maybe we can win Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona early in the evening. And of course, they want some good news early, as does the crowd here. One other thing that Republicans
thank you, Miss Busybody.
is the fact that Latino voters, men specifically, are turning out overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. Of course, there was a lot of anxiety and nerves, particularly about that Puerto Rico comment at Madison Square Garden, and the fact that they're seeing Latino men turn out about 10 points more for Trump than Kamala. And of course, in 2020, Biden won Latino men by about 23 points. So the fact that they're seeing Latino men is something that they keep pointing to, and they say is a very good sign for this year.
Thank you, Lydia. Shep, last word from Howard.
You know, the last word is probably tomorrow or the next day or the day after that.
Good point.
I think there's still optimism. I think there are things that they're seeing, some of which Lydia was just mentioning, that gives them some degree of concern. And I think items like that Philadelphia turnout and some things they're seeing in North Carolina around the university towns and the big cities give them hope. Who knows?
All right. Thank you, gang. We'll come to you regularly. And Shep, I tend to agree with you. I think last word is a long way from now.
Yeah, we've already been on here for an hour and a half.
One individual.
So we'll keep monitoring this and looking at the maps, the polling maps. They're being updated. That's what our polling maps look like so far. Let me turn it this way. Maybe you guys will see it a little better.
So Jim Clyburn's going back for another term in the House. Now, all eyes, as they all are.
There we go. Maybe you guys can see that a little better.
As she tries to figure out what she's seeing, I see the state of Pennsylvania.
So there we go. We might. I mean, North Carolina and Virginia are pink. That would be insane. And holy crap, New Mexico went from light blue to pink. Went from light blue to pink. So we still got a lot of race in this game. This was just light blue. This one right here was just light blue when we pulled it up a little bit ago. So Connecticut is blue. Yes, that's correct. Connecticut has been won by Kamala. New York has been won by Kamala. Vermont has been won by Kamala. Rhode Island. Did I say Connecticut already? And Massachusetts, I think, is the other one. And then, of course, you see, I believe that's Illinois right there. That's Illinois. So that's blue. That's already went to Kamala.
Look at that, Biden under 60. Democrats and Republicans alike say she gets above 60%.
Okay, here's some strategy. Here, I'm gonna put this on.
Back up here, 2024 map. We want to be back up here. Lehigh Valley. Right now, she is leading in a couple of these counties. Northampton, I know Abby is very interested in Northampton, but here's where we don't know. This is where this is going to land. We only have a quarter of the vote in, so we've got a long ways to go there, but she's out to an early lead in that early vote. We talked about turnout in Philadelphia. Right now, a little bit over a quarter in, she's at 82.4, a little bit better than Biden at 81.4. All right, so Brian, again, a little bit of a mixed bag. Early lead for Harris, but you know she does have some good signs there too.
Can we travel?
We can.
Can I get a Georgia update?
Absolutely. All right, we are at 3/4 of the vote in. 52.3 for Donald Trump, 47.1 for Kamala Harris. This blue blob, still a blue blob. Let's check where we are into CAB. Over 3/4 of the vote in, Kamala Harris at 82. She is a little bit underperforming Joe Biden right there. Cobb County, she's at 57.3. Joe Biden, 56.3. So she's just overperforming Joe Biden right now. 81% of the vote in. Let's look at Fulton really quickly. That is downtown Atlanta. We are at 72.6 for Kamala Harris. 72.6 for Joe Biden. So tracking, but when we look at Georgia right now, she is still a little bit behind.
All right, to the control room, if you can get me, during the course of our conversation here, updates on Michigan Senate. Oh, hang on, this might be, okay. In our big graphic but foregone conclusion department, Illinois has been called for Kamala Harris. Still, 19 electoral votes. Nothing.
Yeah, we've seen that state awfully red.
Part of the Democrats hoped for.
I mean, sorry, awfully blue.
As I was saying,
Excuse
if I can
me,
get
I
updates on
misspoke.
Arizona Senate, Michigan Senate, Wisconsin Senate. Whole lot of Senate races we're following tonight, mostly because of text traffic I have been receiving from folks. We need to keep checking in on Pennsylvania. Don Lemon is standing by in Pennsylvania. host of the Don Lemon Show. Hell, he's got his own channel on YouTube. He's at Howard, at Harris Election Headquarters. Don, I've been watching your interviews this week with voters. My favorite was the guy who talked about propaganda, and you took out a piece of sandpaper and physically sanded down his rough edges live on camera. So tell me, you've been spending a lot of time down there talking to voters. Tell me the takeaway lesson you've learned, and what, if anything, you're learning at that gathering early on here tonight.
Well, Brian, I got to tell you, it's great to see you. I'm honored to be here with you, and it's appropriate that you have the road behind you, because I have been on the road since really the Democratic Convention, going across the country to swing states and to states that could change. We'll see what happens tonight. And speaking to voters. And I have been hearing some very interesting things.
Are there any numbers yet? I can't see the tracker.
The metrics, historically,
yes.
the metrics and the demographics that you count on.
Just don't mind my vacuums.
For voters to who
I've got two in here.
That is
they
not
do two different things.
You don't know exactly who's going to support whom, and it is so loud here. We're hearing. I know you guys can probably hear it as well with the music. It's like we're at a concert. But you can't count on the historic demographics.
That's for this one.
Who's going to support whom? We have been at truck stops across the country, and we see these guys with beards and trucker hats, and for sure we think they're going to say that they're going to vote for Donald Trump, and they say no, I don't like the guy. He's a liar. I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris. And then we speak to black women on college campuses, and we think they're going to say that they're going to vote for Kamala Harris, and they say no, I'm not voting for her just because she's black. I'm voting on policy. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. So it has been surprising to hear. The one thing that I thought was the most interesting was that mostly the folks who support Kamala Harris, they know why they're supporting her. What policies, what issues. The folks, mostly, I'm generalizing here, who say that they're going to support Donald Trump, they are saying it because they are really parroting sort of conservative talking points that they hear on conservative or right-wing news channels or on conservative podcasts. So it's been interesting to go across the country just to talk to people. I always say, Brian, is that I believe more in the man on the street than the man on the desk or behind the anchor desk. Not us, but the folks who come on. I would much rather, talk to the folks who are closer to the bone, and that is the folks who are out living on Main Street and beyond.
I get it. Life ain't in here. It's where you are. It's just that, there are certain necessities of television news. I'll be outside later tonight, I promise. Don, a pleasure to have you. Great to see you. Long-time viewer.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Don Lemon sound so jovial and be so kind and not
Howard. I just want to give some
weird
updates to camera before we bring on our next guest. Navajo Nation. A federal judge has ordered polling places to remain open 2 extra hours in the Arizona County precincts after a rocky start to Election Day there. What else is new? Apache County Superior Court Michael Latham, in a separate case, agreed to leave the polls open at the request of Navajo Nation. They filed a lawsuit to extend the hours. Michigan Senate slumped
so Arizona, 2 extra hours. If you're in Arizona,
13% in is leading. We have no characterization there. Nebraska Senate, Paul Reichoff, I'm looking at you. Dan Osborne, the independent, leading with 54.6 with 35% of the total in. Tammy Baldwin, leading in Wisconsin, only 19% in. We promise to tell you what we know when we know it, and we try to do that. And because I try to respond, I'm responding now to the text traffic into my phone from friends and family asking that we talk to James Carville. I think people have reached that point in the evening where they need them some James Carville.
Well, Don Lemon is a fellow LSU grad, so this might be the first back-to-back LSU election night we've had on television.
Again,
I was glad to be with my good friend Don.
A nation turns its lonely eyes to you.
This is a
LSU
well-known
has
Democrat
supplied the NFL
strategist.
with some greats. I just need a quarterback for my Giants. Okay? We're 2-7. We're not going to get it done without your help.
Yeah.
James, you and I were on the air in 2016. Just like this, Florida was called. We were separated by studios. Florida was called, and I watched your head sink. And I heard you say something to the effect of, that's ball game, it's over. Where are we on the timeline of election nights? What worries you, and what has buoyed you?
Well, a lot worries me, but Georgia is nowhere close to being done. In fact, my friend of mine, who's the best quant in Georgia, thinks that good chance that she makes up the deficit when these urban counties come in. What I'm seeing in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania, is very preliminary, but it looks like we're running ahead of where we need to be in Lehigh, Allentown, Scranton, which is in Lackawanna County, and the early Allegheny numbers, I don't know
Night,
where
busy
they're coming
mama.
from. They're probably from the city of Pittsburgh, but they're significantly better than President Biden's 2020 performance. We're probably down to a blue wall. Hopefully we can get Georgia, Nevada. People are texting me. They're saying it looks very good, but the turnout model is, of course, we don't have any results yet. But I would caution people to hang in there. It's going to be a long night. Let's watch Georgia and Pennsylvania particularly very, very closely. There's some optimism about Michigan, and I think there's some optimism about Wisconsin. This is just going to be a long night. To those of us who kind of secretly hope it would be an early night, that's not going to come. It's going to be another. We saw that together in 2020 when it was very late at night. It looked kind of dismal for the Democrats, and then it improved as the night went on. I'm not here saying that it's going, but I'm telling people, hang in there. This is a thing that's a long way from
Send me
home,
an email, Jackie.
But early Pennsylvania stuff is not bad. It's not that bad. We're definitely in it.
Bullhorn Betty at
Given what
gmail.com.
folks are paying for a gallon of milk, that has been and remains one of the benchmarks of a campaign.
We'll pray
Every
for her,
candidate,
busy mama.
If the campaign manager's worth his or her salt, you send that candidate out for a year before Election Day with updates on the cost of a gallon of milk. It's the original gotcha question,
right?
But it speaks to the economy.
It does. But remember, this is 64% wrong track country, and right now it's 50-50. Against any other candidate, if Republicans had any other candidate, they'd probably be way ahead in a country that's almost 2/3 wrong track, which is a pretty good indicator of what's going to happen. And I think the fact that we're in it right now is encouraging. And I'm just, desperately watching the Pennsylvania numbers, and I'm going to see if we can catch up in Georgia. I'm not ready to write North Carolina off yet. We got a lot of football left here, Brian. We really do.
106 days after Joe Biden stepped aside.
Right. And so it's, it's going to be a long night. I'm delighted to be on this program with the great job that they're doing here. And we're just going to sit here and hang in there. And I think the news is going to come pouring in pretty quickly.
All right. I just need to keep in touch with you.
That's all right.
It's a long distance. Every time I see you guys in conversation, I envy it.
I'll be on the phone.
All right. So there we kind of got the gist of that. Open this tripod up just a little bit. There we go. Hopefully you guys can see me, but you know what? You guys are not going to be able to see me for a long time. I got to go get me a soda. If anybody needs a break, now's the time to break. Here is our maps right now.
All right, James Carville, who ain't leaving.
You see some of the blue have gone predominantly. New Mexico was in a light blue shade, and it's now turned light pink. So that was interesting. What I'm looking for right now is, over here. It's North Carolina, right here, and Pennsylvania. Also, Arizona and Nevada. Those are the states that I personally am watching right here. It looks, and Wisconsin. I don't want to throw Wisconsin out, even though it is turning pink here. But again, North Carolina is pretty interesting, and so is Virginia. This is going to be huge right here. Virginia is historically blue. Pennsylvania, it comes and goes. It comes and goes. So very interested in this state. Definitely interested so far in these two states, Virginia and North Carolina. I didn't expect this to happen in New Mexico. So this is pretty interesting, but not something I'm really watching. And then again, we've got Arizona and Nevada here, which I'm going to be watching very closely as we start looking at the, as the numbers start coming in. So just to give you guys an update, give me just a second. I'm going to go run and grab myself another soda. If you see Delilah, it's only because I kicked her off me, so I can get up and go get a soda. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Move your butt up. It's going to fall off. Oh. Oh, I hit the button. Dad, burn it. Hold on. I'll turn it up so you guys can hear it. Dad, burn it. What did I do here?
Number one.
There we go.
That Trump is outperforming his bid in 2016 and 2020. It's not the same.
There we go.
Isn't a surge. In the end, there was no great swing towards Trump in the last 7 days. No great swing towards Harris in the last 7 days. In fact, this election has been dead even, not just for days, but for weeks. And all these individual moments, Joe Biden talking about Trump supporters being garbage, Trump's comedian friend talking very badly about Puerto Ricans or Puerto Rico. It doesn't seem to have mattered, that everything has been set, that the table is being prepared right now. I still don't think that
I feel like I need a granola bar. I need something sweet. My nerves are
tomorrow.
shot.
I've seen some projections that have the expectation of Trump winning
Maybe to jump down.
at this point.
I just need you to
see
move
that.
out
I think
my
it's
way.
gonna be much closer than that, because in the end, James may think that the Democrats have a
All right,
shot
come
in
on back
Georgia.
up. Come on.
I do not, based on the numbers that
I'm
have
ready
come
for
in.
you now.
I
Come
do
on.
think that the Democrats still have a shot in Pennsylvania,
She's just staring at me.
Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Sorry, guys. I
Those
didn't want
who
to turn you guys
could
around while you guys were
get
over there because you
determined
wouldn't have been
who
able to
wins
see
this election.
anything.
So we got a long way to go. And the last thing, Brian, is, which I never had to say before when you and I worked together, I am afraid for the future of democracy, or what could happen in the days to follow. It's okay to challenge election results. It's okay to take someone to court to make sure that it's done properly. It is not okay to be violent. It is not okay to tear down the system. And I'm afraid that there's going to be some of that, depending on the outcome tonight.
That says a lot coming from a Republican.
81 to
that
162,
puts you in
according
a
to.
subcategory of
Sorry, that's what exactly what I was worried.
Republicans, whereas I said earlier, it's almost
According
like you and I
to
are
them,
in there,
the AP poll
and a
right
couple
now
others.
has it.
And I know it
Oh,
takes
turn this
something
down.
for you to say that.
Has it down? Has it 99? Kamala 99 to Trump 188. It hasn't changed for a little minute, so we're still waiting for more ballots to come in. I hope everybody that's in the chat that can vote, please vote. Oh, is Turkey Man up in the house? Turkey Man, it's nice to see you, my friend. I hope everything's going well with you and yours. So which one do I want? Chocolate chip or peanut butter? Let's say chocolate chip. Why are you staring at me? Alright, we're going to stay here for, where are we at on time? We've almost been together for 2 hours. I knew she'd come if I opened my granola bar. She would be here, but she can't have it because it's got chocolate in it. She gets upset thinking she can have it, but I'll give her a little piece of granola.
That people should be allowed to vote wherever they are, whomever they are, if they are legally have the right to do so. That every vote should be counted.
She likes to play with her food. She throws it down.
This is legitimate. This is what a democracy does. And you try to demonize it when you put out social media memes and other videos that in essence are attempting to undercut what is so great about America.
Alright guys, I'm starting to get tired. I don't know if we're going to make it. I'm sticking it out though. I'm sticking it out. You guys are just going to have to watch me eat and watch me talk, because I just want Georgia or North Carolina to be called, or Virginia. I wish we had the polls periodically coming up saying how many, sorry guys, how many percentages for each of the state have been counted. I'm going to tell you, the whole eastern side of the United States hasn't even been started counted yet. But right now, it is 7 o'clock in some of those states. And Arizona was just forced to stay open for another 2 hours. So if you're in Arizona and had not had a chance to vote, they gave you 2 additional hours to get out to vote.
will be tomorrow, maybe a day plus tomorrow.
They're calling it, saying that we're not going to know anything until tomorrow.
So I'm with James on this. The Pennsylvania race, there's a full Philadelphia chain fight going on. I mean, it's close, but there's some good Democrat early numbers there. Georgia's a little tougher. I think it'll close, but it may not close enough. But that was kind of expected. I've been joking that this being a Michigan guy, I'm originally from Detroit, this is going to be the pop states where we don't say soda, we say pop, like Wisconsin, most of Pennsylvania and Michigan, and the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska, Omaha, versus the soda/Coke states where the sun shines. And so it's coming together that way. It looks like Trump's got a little advantage in the soda states, except maybe for Nevada. And we don't know, we don't vote yet, but there's some early good turnout hints. And the blue wall is going to come down to the blue wall, kind of as predicted.
But you know what? I think there are more people than just Frank Luntz and Mike Murphy in this camp. And we don't give that group of people enough attention. I call them the silent majority in this country that aren't thrilled about either option. You know, in a way, we feel like
we're really not thrilled about Biden, Trump.
And now we're here. You look back at the Obama years, Romney, and you think, that was extreme. No, we're sitting in this position now, and there are a lot of people that have nowhere to go, and they wonder, when are we going to get to a place where we feel like we have a home?
But I'll say, as a conservative, I'm not thrilled, but it's a binary choice now. So as long as she doesn't hold up the Soviet flag, I'm voting for her.
Here's something else to...
I want to keep the franchise alive here, a thing we call democracy.
The keeping of that franchise alive is something we can celebrate today. In light of bomb threats in Georgia and Navajo Nation, as we just heard, people are staying in line. You see folks citizening as a verb, joy to the polls is showing up at these polling places with music and playlists. And folks, we know this is going to take a while.
I do wonder.
People expect that.
I do wonder.
And so people are leaning in.
If January 6th didn't happen, if we would be seeing different results tonight, if Trump would be doing better. Because I've talked to a lot of Republicans who say, he's not my favorite guy. But I would have gotten behind him had that rose above politics. That's about our democracy, right?
It is.
I'm sorry, I don't.
650.
He never did anything wrong, in my opinion. He was invited to. A lot of people don't know the details of January 6th. I do. I had people that were boots on the ground there, and I'm not going to get into that, but we do have political prisoners on this soil, and I truly do believe that.
AP Ohio Senate, 64% of the numbers are in, still neck and neck. Republican Bernie Moreno, the auto dealer, has a slight lead with 50.7% of the vote. Claire McCaskill on MSNBC just now said, we are biting our nails over John Tester in Montana. John Tester, indeed, a popular senator, and we note for history the only seven-fingered U.S. senator in the nation's history, thanks to a farming accident. He makes that joke himself, or I would not. Fox News saying half the vote for Door County in Wisconsin is in. Trump leads at the moment, but he lost it last time to Biden. And John King, North Carolina update, 63% of the vote in. Trump is leading with 59% to Harris's 47%. On that note, we have polls closing in 3 more states, including some key battlegrounds. Let us take a brief break, get a beverage, get some nutrition, as we will. We'll be right back with some closing.
Get some nutrition. Well, I don't have nutrition, but I do have a granola bar. That's what I have. I have granola bars. I was thinking about making, I don't want to mute it because then I never hear when they talk about something interesting because I'm looking at you guys. I got granola bars and I got soda. Not a good combination at 10 o'clock at night. So, Betty, go up and read my chat comment. I don't know where it's at.
Hi, Jack.
Door County, Wisconsin, turning pink. That's a county that usually predicts the winner in the previous election. He's ahead by 4 or 5%. Nice. Nice. Honestly, I just want lower gas. I want more money in my pocket. I want less taxes. I want our Cash Apps and our Venmos to be restored back to $20,000 instead of $5,000. You know, there's things that I want in this world. And, you know, it comes down to what goes in my pocketbook and what goes out in taxes. Because to be honest with you, I'm personally sick and tired of supporting other countries when we've got our own people, our veterans sleeping on the road, and nobody touching our interstate directives for our children since 1969. I think we have more fish to fry and money that can be spent on our own soil to make things better instead of being shipped off. I don't like wars. I don't like to fund wars, and I don't like to clean up after them. I think we just need to stay out. We wouldn't want another country coming into our country telling us how we need to live our life. And I don't think it's right for us to go into other countries and tell them how they should be living their life. No matter how inhumane it may be, it's not our right to do so. And if we can do that to another country, then we're expecting another country to do that to us. You know? I just want to get out of the world stage. I know we need the world stage for, you know, for commerce and stuff like that. Well, let's leave it there. You know? And help when we can help. But after we help our own. Yep. Got an alert.
Crossed into the 10 o'clock hour on the east, the 7 o'clock hour here in California. Tried to warn you if you joined us for Amazon's Election Night Live. It was going to be a long one. It's going to be a long one. The last opportunity we had to talk about it, we're looking at perhaps days and not hours. In the state of Montana, a.k.a. Big Red, 4 electoral votes. This is why the John Tester Senate race is always a nail-biter. He's a big blue guy in a big red state where Donald Trump was just called at poll closing. We're waiting on the raw vote there. In the state of Nevada, where John Ralston, who is a
this is one of the states I'm looking at,
to many of us, made a little bit of news over the weekend, predicting that it would go blue. 6 electoral votes. No one's going near a call in Nevada. As politically interesting a state as you can find, you've got what remains of Harry Reid's kind of food and beverage union machine out there, an effective get-out-the-vote effort for about half of my lifetime. And in the great state of Utah, FDR won, my favorite fact, FDR won Utah
just called
4 times. LBJ, 64, the last Democrat to win Utah. As beautiful as it is Republican, you see the poll closed check mark next to the
100% dreaming
of Donald Trump. Aaron McPike winces every time I talk about how long this is going to take to finish this thing, because I see over there standing at your map, and I don't see a lot of changes.
Delilah, lay down, please.
Well, actually, Brian, I do want to point out a couple of things here where we are in the electoral.
Good gracious, lay down.
We've got Donald Trump with 172 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 81. Now, we told you earlier in the night that he was going to jump out to an early lead, and you can see he's won a bunch of states here in the middle of the country. But I want to check in on the blue wall. This is that pathway we told you at the beginning of the night that gets Kamala Harris exactly 270 electoral votes if she wins these states. It's Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So right now, where we are in Pennsylvania, this is a race. We finally have a race. We thought it was going to be a blue mirage earlier in the night, and it kind of has been, but it is tightening. 49.6, 49.5, and we've got just under half the votes in. Now,
it's a tight race in PA.
A little further to the Midwest, Michigan, we don't really have enough in right now. We only have 16% of the vote. She is winning 51.5% of the vote to 46.7.
Those are still some
really
pretty close
there.
margins.
It's Wisconsin where we're a little bit further. Now, Democrats have warned that this was going to be a red mirage earlier in the night. She is ahead 49.7 to 48.6. So looking at some of these counties, Brian, I know you have been very interested in Dane County. This is the home of Madison, the capital. And right now we only have half the votes in. Kamala Harris at 72.2%. But a lot of these votes are going to be counted later in the night. They have to leave their polling sites and go to a central location to count them. Also, Milwaukee County. Right now, under half the vote in. She's at 67.2%, but a lot of votes still out to count. And again, look again here at Wisconsin. It is a race. We actually have a race in the blue wall. So this is going to go on for a long time, but that's where we are.
All right, Jonathan Martin is standing by to talk to us about the blue wall, especially from his standpoint in Pennsylvania. Jonathan, you've been listening to Aaron. What do you wish to add?
Deja vu all over again, Brian. As the great philosopher Yogi Berra once said, we're back to the blue wall. We're back to probably 100,000 vote margin across the 3 states of the blue wall. I wrote a piece over the weekend about this scenario. This is an evenly divided country when it comes to the Electoral College. The Democrats, Brian, feel the strongest about Michigan of the 3 blue wall states. They're nervous about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. They think both are still very much in play.
Yeah.
They can win both. But here's the viewpoint.
Turkey Man, it's weird because I'm watching the AP poll, and the AP poll has Harris at 99 and Trump at 88, and it's been holding there for a while. And you have 220 to 108. Yeah, so I don't really know. I'm watching all of these, and they all have different numbers, so they're all calling states sooner than one another.
4 years ago. So Harris could take a 75,000 plus vote haircut statewide in Pennsylvania and still win. So this all comes down, if she can survive Wisconsin, to the question of what is she going to pull from Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the collar counties around Philadelphia? Can she get a bigger raw vote number than Biden out of the 2 cities, Philly and Pittsburgh? Can she get a slightly bigger margin out of the 2 cities? Still an open question. I think most importantly, though, is the question of the 4 collar counties, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Bucks, around Philadelphia. How are they going to act? The challenge for Harris, Brian, is that the suburbs around the country are a little closer for Trump this time than they were 4 years ago. You look at places like Fairfax County outside D.C., very similar to like Montgomery and Delaware County in Pennsylvania, high income, 6 figures, college degrees, advanced degrees, and Trump's doing, 1.5, 2 points better there. We don't have all the votes in Fairfax, but that's how it is so far, with about 75% of the votes counted there. So, is she going to be able to find the votes to do a little better in Philly, Pittsburgh, and the collar counties? Because, boy, if the rural numbers from around the country are any guide, what James Carville once called Alabama, the T between Philly and Pittsburgh is going to be brutal for her.
Yeah, that's among my Carvillian phrases that he's left us a lifetime of. That his definition of Pennsylvania is my favorite.
Fox says 205 to 117.
It's true again tonight. Do me one favor.
Wow.
Rewind to what you said about. Oh, hang on.
Hold on, we got more information in.
All right, this is among the calls that we expressed surprise we didn't get it at poll close. Mississippi has been put in the Trump category. Widely expected, bright red state, and he earns the red check mark. Back to J Mart. You just said you made a terrific.
I don't know if I can do this on here or not.
Can afford to take a 75,000 voter.
There we go.
And still
there is the
75 down from Biden's victory for folks who are doing it at home. And they're on their favorite.
Ooh, Arizona's starting to start out pink.
Remind them what
this is good. We're starting to get some numbers in. Look at Oregon. Oregon just had to start. I don't want to get my hopes up, but I would be freaking completely, utterly surprised.
Allegheny County and
Wow.
Which is Philadelphia County. And then can she get a higher margin in the 4 collar counties around Philly? Chester, Bucks, Delaware, Montgomery. Can she pull a bigger margin than Biden did, or is she going to be about the same? If she's lower there, it's curtains, because, again, she's going to take a much bigger hit across rural PA than Biden did 4 years ago. Of course, Biden grew up in northeastern Pennsylvania for much of his life and had connections to the state that she doesn't. So it's imperative, Ryan, that she draws.
It just started, though, sweet. Don't get your hopes up too high.
Suburban counties around Philly, Bucks, Delaware, Montgomery, and Chester.
All right. Thank you very much. This has been really valuable intel. We're lucky to have you as part of our team tonight.
Amen,
Let's stay on the topic of Pennsylvania. Hang on.
Up.
All right. Again, as predictable as Mississippi for Trump is the state of Colorado going to Kamala Harris. A little
Colorado's
bit of a Rocky
in.
Mountain blue wall for her. Now, back to, and again, forgive these interruptions, but it's our job to pass them along to you. There's really no gentle way to do it, so we went big. With us now, Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman. Senator, you've presumably been listening to our conversation. I think it's my first brick wall interview. Blink twice if you need me to rescue you from a hostage situation. But that was a little joke. Tell me how Pennsylvania looks like. Tell me how Pennsylvania looks like to you, and give me an estimate. When do you think it'll be called, done, and dusted in your state, for starters?
It's not going to be called, certainly, any close at that time. I've been maintaining all of this. There is new news, and you're not going to expect any kinds of things right now. It's going to be very close. We've been saying the same consistent kinds of things. So that's not going to change, and it's going to be several hours beyond before we know exactly who's going to be called. We've been saying the same thing. This was going to be incredibly close in 2016, and it was. In 2020, it was. I think it's not going to have the kinds of chaos that we had in 2020 because we had the pandemic and mail by vote was brand new, and we have still been hamstringed by that ridiculous law that does not allow workers to start processing the mail voters ballots until 7 a.m. Today. If they just gave an extra 48 hours or more, again, it would be that much faster. But I don't assume Philadelphia will have the same kind of a lag that they had in 2020 of multiple kinds of days that happened. And then that allowed Trump to create the kinds of lies and claim that all of these bad things were happening in Philadelphia.
A straight up prediction, if you're prepared to give one, does Kamala Harris carry your state?
I believe it's going to be very close. So yes, I haven't said anything different in all of that. It's going to be incredibly close. I haven't seen a poll that has improved anything other than that. So it's probably going to be several
Look at
hours,
that. I
if
got
not
some
more,
changers
overnight where we can call that. But it's going to be the same kind of situation. Remind everybody, it was 45,000 votes that Trump carried Pennsylvania. It was 80 for Biden in 20. So it's probably going to be in that range, one side or the other. But I do think Harris is going to prevail.
Going back to your experience as mayor of Bradford, knowing what you know about your state, what would you tell Pennsylvania if I assembled and sat down in front of you, party chairman, all the decision makers, pollsters, tacticians in the Democratic Party? Is there anything you don't think they get about Pennsylvania, even yet?
No, I think Pennsylvania, the one thing everyone has to understand in this cycle is that Trump is going to have a strong connection in Pennsylvania. It's undeniable. That's been every cycle. If anything, that's only strengthened. And then you had other things significant that happened. Of course, the assassination attempt there in Butler County, that could have changed even much worse than it already was there. And that was incredibly, that was quite stark. And then also you have Musk now effectively has been living in Pennsylvania and moving around. And he was a very effective surrogate. I've worn that as well, too. So they've put all of their money on the table here in Pennsylvania, and you have some things that are beyond what somebody would have predicted would have happened. So that has only made Pennsylvania any more competitive than it was already going to be, those things. So and I've maintained it's going to be hand-to-hand combat for every vote. And I've spent my time in a lot of the smaller kinds of counties, and just like those that dumb quote that Pennsylvania is just Pittsburgh and Philadelphia with Alabama in the middle. That's just not what Pennsylvania ever was or ever would be. There's a lot of votes, and there's a lot of places all across Pennsylvania that want to be included in that dialogue, and I've made that about all in my career.
Senator John Fetterman, Democrat, Pennsylvania, who has a unique perch as we watch tonight's returns come in. Thank you, Senator, for your time and generosity for being with us. Just a couple of notes before I toss it to my friend Jessica Yellen. NBC News calling Ted Cruz reelected in the state of Texas. CNN with an update out of Michigan. 16% of the vote is in and cataloged. Harris running 51, Trump 49. AP Arizona Senate update. Gallego seems to have a comfortable lead thus far, 34% in. Wisconsin Senate, Hovde has 49% of the vote, but still sketchy coming out of there. Latest Georgia numbers from MSNBC, 52% Trump, 47 Harris. That's with 80% in, but as we know, it depends on where them votes are coming from. And MSNBC called North Dakota Senate for Republican Kevin Kramer. Pima County, Arizona, half the vote is in. Harris leading 62 to 36. So that's Pima, that's half the vote. And that's all I know, Jessica Yellen. You guys need to be brilliant.
We're going to try our best, Brian.
All right, I'm going to keep listening to it a little bit.
It includes award-winning.
I was getting hard holding this much longer. And I have no way of turning it toward the,
political expert and
or seeing it, you know, how it's just too difficult. It does seem like a little hazy. I wonder if I need to clean that.
Hi, Isaac Zoll from Bucks County, Pennsylvania. He is the politics reporter and founder and CEO at readtangle.com. It is great to see you. We know each other because we both write newsletters that try to keep people calm and balanced when they invite in the news. So, Isaac, tell us,
Carrie Lake,
you're
boy,
there in
Carrie Lake,
Pennsylvania. It looks like this whole
she's
thing would come
good.
down to Pennsylvania. What are you
Turkey
hearing
Man
and
says
seeing from folks on the ground?
2608 Trump.
Yeah, it's incredibly close, which might be.
I'm hoping we get
annoying
some
answer, but
good
it's
numbers
the real
back,
answer.
and people don't
Right
mess
now,
around.
We're seeing about a 1 to 2% shift toward Trump from 2020 based on the earliest data that we have. It's still very early in the night. But that shift would basically put us in complete coin flip, toss-up territory. So, you know, for everybody out there who's looking for signals, I would say it's going to come down to, you know, a few thousand, 10,000, 20,000 votes in PA is kind of where we're trending right now. I would much rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris nationally, and I think, unsurprisingly, it's going to be a blue wall election. You know, can she?
And it's crazy
Michigan,
because
Wisconsin,
even,
and PA?
well, it did go up 10 points. So I've got polling here from the AP, 109 Kamala, 198 Trump, and that's from AP. And I think Fox is different. Newsmax is 2608 or 26 to 108. Trump winning.
And if you look at what the Harris
time
campaign
is
is
it
saying,
there? In Florida, it's 1018.
and in some of those counties, Rockdale and Douglas in particular, they are overperforming what Biden did in 2020. And so that is still showing hope. There's a path there. It's not ruled out completely.
So we're just waiting. Hurry up and waiting.
And that's what the Trump campaign feels like.
Good. Yeah, I met her. She's a very nice person. Of course, it was on the campaign trail, so they're always got a smile, hair done perfectly, makeup done perfectly, you know. But you can always kind of tell which ones are the nicer ones and which ones are the bulldogs and which ones are the dishonest ones. It's just something about them. They all handle themselves a little bit different, you know. But she was nice. Yeah, about 10:20 p.m. That's right. She seems spicy as hell. Yeah, she is. But you can tell she's nice. You can tell she can put a foot down too. Put a foot someplace else. You better be careful. But she's nice. Actually, I bet you when some I'll go through. I'm sure I got a picture with her somewhere. I'm almost confident. Might be a couple because I've seen her. I don't know. I got pictures of just about with everybody because I've been at so many damn events. Haven't been at much lately, but I've been, at so many damn events. Okay, is that Hawaii or Alaska up there? I can't read it. It gets blurry the more I try to, and of course I'm blind as I'm blind. Okay, New Mexico turned back to light blue. New Mexico turned back to a light blue. Arizona turned back to a light blue. Kansas has now turned to a light pink. We still have, Pennsylvania is now a light pink. So Pennsylvania is a light pink, Virginia is a light pink, and North Carolina is a light pink. Maine is a light pink. That's shocking. Maine's such a pretty state. Too damn cold, but such a pretty state.
After 6 weeks, an abortion ban with some exceptions later on for rape. But this moved to 24.
Yeah, I think that they played their. I don't know. I'm hoping I'm right about this, but I think they, I think the women's rights issues I'm not going to dismiss as not, being trivial or, whatever. But I think when, people are looking at their children and can't buy them the shoes that they want, I think, those women's rights kind of, take a back seat to how can I get my kid these shoes and how can I, get a bigger place and, just this stuff you need throughout life. And I just keep worrying. It looks like here on the AP polls, Harris went up to 112. Trump's still at 198. On Prime, Harris is at 91 and Trump's at 195. If anybody wants to post Newsmax, if somebody's watching Fox, post the Fox. Excuse me, I probably should quit drinking some soda for the night. Something has to change. We're spending $1,000 plus more a month just on groceries here for our family. It's bananas. Our health insurance going up, everything. Yeah, dreaming. That's the real issue. But I keep wondering, you know what's driving the market on, like I there's got to be something serious. This just might be a little conspiracy theory. Maybe I need to put my 10 hat on, and I should put the 10 hat on, but I got Delilah here, and I don't feel like putting the 10 hat on. But I don't know. We'll leave it at. Some things are left unsaid. I'll leave the 10 hat in the drawer. Oh, we got it here. So, Debbie says 205 for Trump. Okay, it's me. Jen says 112.98 here still. That's what I was looking at. Fox News, Harris is at 117, so she just must have gotten something. Sonia says Fox says 205 to 117. 79% of the vote is in for Ohio. Oh, shit. Sorry.
To the red in the Midwest. Anywho, this is my delivery system from our
79% was for Ohio. Trump was leading. I didn't catch the numbers.
Transparency. We will announce other people's calls. In addition to
Turkey Man says Newsmax has it 226 Trump, 108 Harris. Truth in Time seeing 210 Kamala, or Trump 210, Kamala 105, and that's on Newsmax. So you guys are right about there.
In the Washington Post newsroom, Jackie, long time no speak. What have you got? What have you learned?
Hey, Shining.
Hey, Brian, I wish we
JC, they're both.
concrete or at least dramatic developments.
Who?
Here. But that Ohio bellwether.
Justice who? You said both high right now? Or high right?
TBD. There's 80% of the votes in with Sherrod.
I'll be eating till we get the result. I know. I just scarfed down 2 freaking granola bars. Are you kidding me? You know, ooh, I do have some carrots and celery. You know, if I'm gonna munch on something. But then you guys will hear me crunch it. It'd be annoying. I'll wait until after I sign off. JC meant gas and groceries. For the first time, you know, I got a little bit of everything. Well, I lost a lot during the hurricane, the last hurricane. And so I just did an order and had it delivered here. It's just me. And it was, you know, I mean, there were a few bags. 170. I don't remember the last time I spent 170 something on groceries for myself in a long time. I don't know. I don't know.
And voters barely knew who the Democrat candidate Debbie McCarthy-Howell was.
I have carrots and celery too. Ooh, I got celery and cream cheese. I bet you that would be good. That's what I'll have to do. I got celery and the whipped cream cheese. The whipped cream cheese. Yep, I spent 160 something last night for 3 bags. Just spent 500. Lord help us. Lord help us. Oh, you guys got to start checking your packages too. I've been hearing stuff about, you know, if you guys don't want that, I don't know what it's called, genetically modified or whatever. Stuff that you bought before might actually now do that in the food, and if you weren't aware of that, you just need to start reading the packages of your food. You know.
The House is going to take a long time. Remind folks, the state.
Celery and peanut butter. You guys know what? I don't know if you guys realize, but there's like, you know, your regular peanut butter and you got your chunky peanut butter. I didn't know they made a honey nut peanut butter. That is good. And then I think I've seen a cashew. I wish they'd make a peanut butter, like even like, can you imagine pistachio peanut butter? Or cashews? Oh my goodness. Does anybody make that? I wonder. Let's see what they make out there. Pistachio peanut butter? Is that what I should write?
But extremely challenging for someone like Donald Trump if he does happen to win, especially as a lot of Joe Biden's policies, from the CHIPS Act to the Inflation Reduction Act, are actually finally starting to take hold. A lot of those investments really buoying a lot of Republican districts that were won by Biden, but still being governed by Republicans who are trying to hang on to those seats this evening. But
I'll be.
Again, as we've said,
They sure do.
They're going to take a little bit longer to call, especially in New York and California, the 2 places where there are the swingiest, most competitive districts that will take the longest to count because of election administration issues.
Yeah, pistachio peanut butter.
We can look at right now that are sort of painting a little bit of a picture, at least that we can
even have a small jar.
Some tea from, and that's the 7th district in Virginia. Polls closed at 7.
And it looks like
Should be called soon. Refreshing right now to see exactly where we stand. But 86 of the votes have been tallied so far, and that is the race between Eugene Vindman and Derek Anderson to replace Abigail Spanberger, who was a very Democrat who is now.
You can have it delivered. It's in stock. It's called Better Goods.
Because they think it's going to be a
Oh, that's a pistachio pesto, not a butter. Never mind. I didn't read. We have pumpkin butter. If they have pumpkin butter, ooh, the Nutty Gourmet pistachio walnut butter. That sounds good.
Flipping the House, and Republicans basically saying the exact same thing too, that if their candidate wins, they have a much better chance of holding that majority.
All right. Also later on this evening, I'm interested in the Mike Lawler.
That looks good.
Race from New York. If thank you very much, Jackie Almeida, for joining us from the Washington Post Newsroom. If you live in New York,
$10.
long enough to have a
$1 an ounce.
you hear them in your nightmares.
That sounds like highway robbery.
Certainly LA.
All right, let's get back to this. Let's get updated on this stuff. I don't think anything has come in. We're still at 91, 95.
7:30 West Coast. Take a break, reset.
Up.
We'll have more news.
Now he's going on break. Just okay. Anybody got any news? You guys see that? Looks delicious, but not the price. Oh, it does. It's one of those things. I bet you it's really good. I'm just going to put it in my cart. So the next time I order, I'll put it one-time purchase. I'm not purchasing it. That surely does sound good. It's so funny because it's calling my name. It says Nutty Gourmet, pistachio walnut butter, and look at this. Remember I just talked about GMO, genetically modified stuff that says non-GMO on it. Oh, MSNBC says Harris at 96 and Trump at 144. So they're a little behind the 8 ball. Let me see what I can find. Okay, good. That is a commercial. Let me see what I can find on. Did I not sign in? Alright. Damn it. Mine's Twitter is on that one. Well.
I play a lot of golf. I work out. I ride my bike. I'm 63 and I can still almost hit a golf ball 300 yards. When I'm in the gym, I can be a 90-pound dumbbell. That's what I did when I was young. As long as I'm living, I'll keep taking my balance in nature because it makes a big difference.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Enjoy a 30-day money-back guarantee and free shipping. Don't wait any longer. Use discount code FIRE.
Okay, let's see what we're watching. So on News Nation, right now it's got Harris at 108 and Trump at 226.
Tester, his opponent, he has 59.5% of the vote.
They've got North Carolina going to Trump and Virginia going to Harris and Georgia being pink. So I got turned away at my polling place today. I forgot and wore a Trump shirt. I had to grab my hoodie. Oh, yep. Yeah, you got to be careful with that. They have rules about no advertising, of or something, or it could be, I don't know. They've got it so messed up. They're like, it could be an act of temptation. What are you talking about? Hold on, guys. I gotta. If you guys need to get up and stretch your legs, get up and stretch your legs. Mine are hurting. I don't have anything around the house except for granola bars to snack on. I ate all bananas, and I don't feel like eating celery because it's too noisy. I mean, this is noisy, but it's not as noisy as fresh celery. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with me. This has been fun. Okay, let's watch this.
2024, Pinal County, this is going to be his best county here in Arizona tonight. 58%. Running even right now in Pinal County. But again, we are
That's close.
One for Harris, one for Trump. You'll see them light up on the map here in a little bit. A blue and a red that we haven't counted at all, but tight race in Arizona.
All right. I have a question for our historian, Doug Brinkley. Doug, all tonight, the shadow of Joe Biden, who tonight is the President of the United States inside the White House, is overwhelming. And a lot of people didn't speak plain English about how vacant he was at that debate. It sent the Democratic Party into an absolute crisis. Switching around after that debate.
There's the for Prime. There's the results so far.
And it was a free fall.
All right, I gotta. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put this on the stand and pull it up there, so I don't have to hold it. It's just wobbling. It's hurting me.
To step away. I think it was probably absolutely essential in this case. And I'm thinking tonight about Lyndon Johnson shocking the country during a speech that was supposed to be a progress report on the Vietnam War.
Much better.
And
Now I can snack.
Therefore, I shall not seek and will not accept another the nomination of my party.
Okay, here's something.
Okay, well, this is important because of the Iowa polling over the weekend that gave Democrats such huge hopes. It showed Harris up 3. Harris
Iowa.
lost Iowa to Donald Trump, who now has the red check mark.
Wow.
This is a notable call, especially since hopes were so high on the blue team since the polling data came out this weekend. Less of a surprise is our next call that I'm told is coming, and that is the state of Kansas. Remember how I said we're all Dorothy tonight? Well, Dorothy spoke in there. Dorothy just gave a red check mark to Donald Trump. Back to Doug Brinkley. Talk about that moment. Talk about what a rare thing it is.
Well, when LBJ did that on March 31, 1968, he famously said there's a division in the American House. And look at the divide we have in our country right now. But the divide LBJ was talking about was Vietnam. We were down the middle, hawks and doves. In 68 didn't start out well for Johnson. You had the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, meaning there was no light at the end of the tunnel. We weren't winning. Walter Cronkite did a program on CBS, primetime, Vietnam, who, what, where, when, and why. And Mr. Neutral kind of said we might need to send the troops home and say we're soldiers of democracy and call it a day. But by the time it got to late March, with Eugene McCarthy taking on LBJ, the Minnesota senator, and it's neck to neck in New Hampshire primary, LBJ's health was deteriorated. Lady Bird thought it's time to go. Johnson shocked the nation, going on and saying, I'm out. The problem is with that story is what happens after you step out, and he had saddled Hubert Humphrey with the war in the end, and Humphrey never, as the Chicago Democratic Convention showed, never could shake the yoke of Vietnam and be a credible anti-war candidate. And then LBJ, because of the Civil Rights Acts in 64 and 65, angered the South, and you got the George Wallace defection going on. But Brian, the historic thing I just was thinking about, we're talking everybody Pennsylvania, but Michigan, and the fact that, remember Ralph Nader in Florida and that factor in 2000 when it had to go to the Supreme Court 5-4, what happens in Michigan? What's going to happen there with Jill Stein on the ballot? With Robert Kennedy's wanted to pull out Jr. and can't pull out. You have the Arab American story of Greater Dearborn, and then you have a Biden, one of the most memorable moments was picketing for the United Auto Workers in their leadership. Bain is certainly for Harris, but you see workers defecting. So I think Michigan is just confusing. I think we're looking at this blue wall strategy. I think it's not about suburbs always. I think Detroit numbers have to be up. And history will look at that strange moment when Trump spoke at Detroit Economic Club and basically said, I don't like Detroit. It's a terrible place. And if you could depress voting in Detroit by saying such a thing, it tells you an awful lot about our times.
he certainly has leeway. He can trash a place, take off in his plane, and be richly rewarded with votes sometimes. We want to welcome in two newsmakers to our conversation. The executive producer and host of The Young Turks, Anna Kasparian.
We've got it on
and the
here.
strategist and host of Undistracted, Brittany Packnett Cunningham.
There we go.
Brittany, I haven't
91
talked to you in a couple
207.
days, so at this rate, I'll be calling you tomorrow morning. Anna, I'll start with you. I don't know how much of our conversation you've been monitoring because you got your own to carry on. What's your level of optimism, pessimism tonight?
Well, it's increasingly looking not so great for Kamala Harris. There was a lot of excitement in regard to that one outlier poll from the weekend indicating that she was going to win Iowa handily, and obviously that is not what has happened. And had she won Iowa, I mean, she was going to win the election because she would have performed well in the other swing states. But so far, look, no one should call it. The night isn't over yet, but right now, the race seems to be trending in Trump's direction.
All right, Brittany, there you are at Howard University. What every Democrat in this country was hoping to be a victory lap, a boisterous victory party, or at least a something close to that if this is going to go on for a while. Tell me what you're learning and tell me your optimism, pessimism balance.
Well, listen, I don't know if you can hear what's behind me, but most certainly it's already boisterous here. There's already a spirit of celebration, of joy, of commitment to a future that is much brighter than the past has been. And I think that that is exactly what I'm feeling this evening, Brian. I'm feeling that optimism. I'm feeling that joy. I'm recognizing that it's still early in the night, especially when we look at how many votes are still to be counted in some of those important urban centers, places like Milwaukee, Madison, Charlotte, North Carolina. We're not going to stop until the last vote is counted, and we want to ensure that the voices of all of these folks are heard. Howard is a very incredibly special place. This Mecca is obviously the place that educated Kamala Harris, but it's also a center of Black culture, and that is exactly what you're feeling here. This electricity that hopefully we're feeling here tonight is going to carry her through to victory.
And Brittany, what do you have a test precinct, a test congressional district, a test state that could be a hint? There's something that when it goes for Harris, if it goes for Harris, then you'll know?
Well, I'm feeling really good about the turnout in Detroit. I know that Michigan is an incredibly important part of that blue wall, and given the kind of turnout that we saw in Detroit specifically, I'm hoping that that's a good signal of things to come.
Same question to you. What's your test market, your favorite test market?
Well, Pennsylvania is an incredibly important state. If Kamala Harris doesn't win Pennsylvania at this point, she's in a lot of trouble, and it's likely that Donald Trump will win the election. But I actually, agree that all the votes have not been counted yet, and so anyone who feels the temptation to panic because they want Kamala Harris to win, don't panic yet. No need to. Let's wait for all the votes to be counted, and we'll figure out. And by the way, let's all remember what everyone was saying prior to tonight, which was we're probably not going to know who wins the election tonight. So it could be that we'll find out tomorrow or a few days later. Let's wait until everything is counted. But so far, there was some hope that she would win North Carolina. Obviously, she has not won North Carolina, and so really we're waiting to see how she does in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, we got to look at that.
Both of your voices, thank you for taking time out
Let's
to
see how
join
this
us
works.
tonight.
That works
It is
out good.
always a pleasure.
I like
good
the
on
height
you for
of
that
this.
reminder, because I'm one of those people you're talking about. I've been telling everybody it's going to take a long time. But thank you both. Good to see you both. And before we go over to our panel, a little news out of Florida. The measure that would have enshrined abortion rights, the measure that needed to reach a ceiling of 60%, has gone down. It has failed tonight, along with a measure to legalize marijuana. And remember, Michael Moore last cycle was
112 to 210 is what I'm reading here.
In states across the country, put weed on the ballot.
And that's
because
out
it
by
worked
the
for Democrats
Associated
in Michigan.
Press.
We'll deal with the after effects of it later, but put weed on the ballot. Well, they put weed on the ballot in Florida. And you won't be buying no legal weed in Florida for a while. Peter Hamby, who is part
You
of
ain't gonna be buying no
Media
legal
Empire,
marijuana in
Snapchat
Florida.
Media Empire, he and I both agreed
funny.
this evening. We used to be young, but
Just
he's
how
a
he
hell
said
of a
it.
lot closer to the goal than I am. So what are you seeing and hearing? I keep going to sources outside our operation, outside this building, hoping you'll have more wisdom than we got.
Look, I've been watching the youth vote all night, Brian, and look, if Kamala Harris loses the youth vote, 18 to 29, will be part of it. Back in 2020, Joe Biden won the youth vote in the battleground states by an average of 23 points. If you look at the exit polls, which I think I have some questions about, I will say that, she's only winning young voters by 11 points tonight. She's only winning young whites by 4 points. She's only winning young Latinos by 3 points. Those are not the numbers that she wanted. And look, we had talked earlier in the show, and we've been talking all cycle about young white men drifting toward Trump and away from the Democratic Party. These are just not great numbers in any of the battleground states for Kamala Harris. If you believe the exit polls, which also show Donald Trump winning first-time voters, they show Trump winning Latinos outright. I mean, some of the exit poll data we're seeing tonight, in my conversations with Democrats, they're like, some of that seems a little bit off. But we can fact-check some of this stuff against the votes right now in college towns. Look at Dane County, where Madison is in Wisconsin, home of the University of Wisconsin. Kamala Harris right now is basically at parity with Joe Biden, running a little bit behind. Go to Pitt County, North Carolina, where ECU is, in Greenville, about 30% non-white campus. She's running behind Joe Biden. I know James Carville's on set with you tonight. Me and him are both LSU
Hey guys,
fans.
I'm still
But that's
here. I'm
UGA,
just watching
down in
this.
Clark
Oops.
County in Georgia, she's running behind where Joe Biden was.
Cheech and Chung not going to
Closer
Florida.
at these precincts rather than the larger counties to see how she's doing in these college towns. But a great example would be Penn State. Center County, right there in the middle of Pennsylvania.
reminds
Joe
me of
Biden won
Mama
Center
Llama.
County, home of Penn State,
Choo-choo.
by a few
Oh,
points
yeah,
back
I
in
haven't seen
2020.
Mama Llama in a
Donald
while.
Trump is
She's
currently
doing
winning
fine.
that county over Kamala Harris right
Excuse
now.
me.
So, look, Kamala Harris is still in the hunt. She's still in the game. A lot of the outstanding vote in Georgia, North Carolina can still actually swing her way. But one of the reasons it's going to be close is because she's not doing as well with young voters as Joe Biden did, and certainly Barack Obama back in the day.
Peter Hamby, there's a reason we keep going back to you. Wisdom on the fly. Thank you for that. Really, thank you for those contributions. And we want to go to, before I go to Abby and our panel of guests, love to check in with both campaigns, with Shep Smith at Howard, with Lydia Moynihan at the Convention Center in West Palm. Shep, you go first. Any appreciable change in moods, any smiles to frowns or frowns to smiles, anything you've seen?
It's a little tighter. I think there are probably some nerves. There's a lot of music playing and a lot of people back. You hear them booing right now because they're watching, I believe, CNN and hearing what they don't see as good news. And it's all on the margins, you know, Brian. You guys have been talking about it. She's underperforming in some areas Biden's numbers in 2020. And they seem to be coming to us in areas.
So it seems like they're getting nervous. The Harris campaign seems to be getting nervous.
They're starting to be resigned. It would appear, at least anecdotally, that to the possibility that Latin men especially may have gone toward Trump. And if so, that causes them problems. But there's great hope that the blue wall holds. They're watching Philadelphia still. They're seeing those numbers go up as we
Let's
all
see where
are.
Philadelphia
and hopeful
is.
that they get around 500,000 in the city of Philadelphia. And they think that leaves Pennsylvania very much on the board and the blue wall possible to hold. But, you know, we're in that period in the night where there's just not
I don't
quite
know.
enough
I
data
don't see
to get a real
blue
sense for what's going on. If you switch over
at
to
all.
CNBC's website, you'll see that the futures market suggests that Wall Street believes this may be
I don't know what blue wall they're talking about.
on a dime before the markets
I
open in the
mean-
morning if the winds blow the other way, Brian.
Let's look
With
at
your
let's look at
invocation
different
of
maps.
CNBC, I am duty bound to say that my friend Shep anchored a really dandy nightly newscast over there. Solidified my positive opinion of my friend Shep Smith. Lydia, I've got to tell you that I'm just reading. CBS News analyst is saying Harris is in position
Updated at
to win
9:49.
Pennsylvania because they are seeing soft but encouraging signs for the vice president. Such a thing may change the tempo of your gathering, but as I read this, I just think that we just bought ourselves
aren't long
a day
enough.
or two more of counting
There we go.
until every last one is off the table. But please tell me about the mood inside the convention center.
So we've got New Mexico that turned light blue again. Georgia, North Carolina. I think North Carolina was called. So this is good. It said it was updated, but maybe it wasn't called. And Virginia went from red to blue, but it looks like the top 3 states are pink, or the top 4 states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. That's a problem. That is a big problem for the Harris campaign. So we'll have to keep watching it.
Where Trump is expected to speak, that crowd around the stage is filling up pretty dramatically. Now, one of the sources who I'm speaking with, who is with Donald Trump now, sent me a text that it's looking good. He expects that the president could be leaving Mar-a-Lago and coming here maybe in the next hour. Of course, too soon to know what's happening, but he's suggesting that there could be talk about some kind of speech. And of course, that's what everyone is wondering is where and when will we see Donald Trump? So a lot of good vibes here in this room.
All right. Well, thank you both. My prediction at the start of the evening was we would.
So
hear
just to
from
let
Trump
you
at
guys
11 o'clock
know,
Eastern hour, that it would be a victory speech, and that we'd have to remind everybody it has no force of law. Harold Stassen could come out tonight and give a victory speech. It wouldn't make him any closer to his goal of the presidency. Mike Murphy, I'm coming over here, staring at you because I've just learned Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And it strikes me that in addition to saying this past week that Herschel Walker was going to be put in charge of the Missile Defense Shield, Trump, with some ceremony, was so happy to announce that women's health, if not the health of all Americans, would be under the purview of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., which forced Van Jones on live television on CNN to say, hey, I know the guy, he wrote the foreword to my book. He should be nowhere near health care policy or any aspect of government policy.
all right, so while they're talking, let's go over some things just right now for everybody that's tuned in. We are just doing poll watch. We're trying to figure out what the polls are. We've been monitoring different channels, and it sounds like the polls are different from channel to channel. So some channels are calling them before others. We've got on Prime right now, Harris 91, Trump 207. However, on the Associated Press polling results, we've got Harris at 113 and Trump at 210. The states Harris has that are the smaller states are Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. Colorado and Illinois, and New York, I think it's Vermont, and I've called the other ones are already out. No, that's New Hampshire. New Hampshire, excuse me. New Hampshire. Those and Maine are light blue. That means they're leaning toward her. But here is where the issue lies. Is right now the key states to win this election are all leaning pink right now, according to this updated presidential results. And those are Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. So that is where the concern lies, is as these are tightening up. We've got California, Nevada, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, Alaska, and Hawaii that are not in yet at all. We don't even have a leaning one way or the other in those states. So we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer. I'm refreshing this as much as possible. Nothing's really changing much, so we're just going to keep an eye on this.
I'll say this about Detroit, a city I love. I'm going to a Lions game in December because I want to see Dan Campbell's work up close. I'm going to take part in Mitch Albom's annual radiothon for charity. And my buddy Bernie in Detroit asked me for one of these mugs. I'm working here.
You can take it out.
Man, please, it's your witness.
I will say the vibes at the headquarters when you did those remotes.
Yeah.
Very different
They're
vibes.
telling.
They are telling, and we all remember back to 2016. And at the time, I was traveling at diners around the country, and I remember thinking, what I'm hearing from people, what I'm feeling, is so different from what I see in the New York media studios, what I'm seeing in the polling.
Right.
I'm kind of feeling a similar vibe once again. Aaron, you're in contact with folks in the Trump camp. It seems like they are feeling pretty good about things right now.
From what the indications are that I'm getting is that the Trump war room right now, they're feeling good. They're liking the way this is going.
Not to mention in Florida, by the way, the legislation for marijuana and abortion both turned down, which was surprising.
But in Florida, that's a state that has a history of having separate the ballot initiatives go differently than the state goes. That's very typical in Florida. But if you're looking at Wisconsin right now, you could be looking at Sauk and Door County. These are two bellwether counties for them right now, and it is and you see Trump doing very well in those counties, and you see Kamala underperforming a bit in Dane County, where Madison is, where the University of Wisconsin-Madison is, which is a great college town. If you enjoy college football, go to a game in Madison. But it's really hard to see how she is going to pull Wisconsin with where you see Door and Sauk. Even with Waukesha County, which was part of the WOWs, which used to be hard Republican, the slippage there, it's hard to see how Harris is going to pull it out.
Am I correct, Dane? A number is in the recesses of my mind. Biden did 118 grand.
It sounds about right.
There last time. She's got to overperform that.
And
Again,
you did a great interview though with Ben Shapiro, who has a huge following, and what he pointed to, James, is something you've talked a lot about, which is identity politics and the wokeness and the woke police. And I think whatever comes of this election tonight, it'll kind of send a message as to how the country's feeling about some of these bigger issues. And you've warned the Democrats to not hone in so much on that, to not be defined as the woke party. And you see Ben Shapiro, he's trying to define you as just that.
You know, there's some hangover from that. But let me say, this thing is still open. Now, Democrats, to be honest with you, we got to catch an inside straight. But it's very possible that you win Pennsylvania. But Mike points out, definitely in the hunt in Michigan. We got to do Wisconsin. Think we'll be fine. But this is not. It's difficult. It's not where you want it to be, but it's a long way from over. Just you got to sit down. It's gonna be a little bit later.
Let's be nice.
How different is this from 1992 when we talk about the media, the Ben Shapiros, the Joe Rogans, cable news? People live in their cul-de-sacs. You watch what you want to watch that they agree with you. You pick your friends that all agree with you, and we wonder why we have these two Americas, and we have a harder time having conversations. I'm trying to think about that time in 1992, James, and how.
Yeah, I'm so stuck in the present. But look, there's going to be a lot of evaluation going on after all the votes are counted. There's going to be a lot of second guessing. There's going to be a lot of finger pointing. You can get all that. But right now, we in this thing. Let's just hang in there and. Let's lose it first and then analyze it second, but I don't think we've lost it yet. Okay, we're still the Democrats. I'm a Democrat because you didn't know if somebody.
It sounds like they're starting to get nervous because they're trying to tell everybody to hang in there. You know, this, that, and the other. I'm starting to think that they're feeling some type of way. I think this might really be good. We're hearing, we were just hearing the gal at the Harris event talking about that they were hearing some boos, and it had something to do with listening to there's a possibility of things not going right. And then we're hearing this older gentleman here talking about, well, it's not over, we haven't lost yet. It just seems like they're starting to feel the pressure, if you know what I mean.
Politics, what does it mean? If you lean into young men and that form of masculinity, which is very exclusive, that is also identity politics. So it's not a unique Democratic thing, it's an American thing, and we're all working through it.
With that, Brian, I'll hand it to you.
See, it's those Harvard guys. They really put together combinations.
Harvard, baby. That's Arnie.
You get what you pay for.
That's Washington, D.C.
59 after the hour. Quick break. We're coming back at the top of the hour for the last tranche, the last group of big poll closings. No offense to the Aleutian Islands, where counting could drag on. California's 54 electoral votes will be part of the list we read to you when we come right back.
I don't know, guys. It's starting to get a little nerve-wracking over here in Casa de Bullhorn. I gotta be honest with you. I don't usually stay up this late. You guys know that. I am terrified. Absolutely, utterly terrified. But it's starting to look good. It's starting to look better. How's your wife, Turkey Man? She's need prayer. She's having a rough time with her recovery. Thank you for remembering her in prayer. Much love, you guys. Back at ya. Back at ya. I'm starting to feel a little better. You know, when we started this out almost, I don't even know how many hours ago, 3 hours ago, something like that. I started this live because I was here and it's just me and my puppy, and I'm just kind of a basket, you know, just a basket case. So I figured if I'm going to, you know, I'd rather be talking to you guys than watching this stuff together than, you know, being here nervous. I started chewing off my nails, like that one right there. I chewed it off. I chewed that one off. I think I only got, and I did that one too. So 3 nails, and then I decided to go. Yeah, she wants California war toast. I don't know. No, California's always kind of gone too. I don't remember. I don't remember a time when California was a red state. Well, I guess it depends on. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. We'll turn it back up.
I have learned maybe 8 seconds ago what we're announcing at the top of the hour, 11 Eastern. It is 8 local, 54 electoral votes.
Okay.
A state of 40 million
Yeah, that's
souls.
always gone.
And I might
Gone
add, we're
to
proud to be
demos.
the first ever original.
Okay, so now we're
broadcast
kind of
for the nation on election night from this beautiful state. You see the blue check mark. No surprise, it is big
from
blue out
behind
here on the
me.
West Coast. Those electoral votes go to Kamala Harris. Idaho, the last Democrat they voted for, LBJ in 64. I have no reason to believe, looking at that red line, that that's going to change anytime soon. 40% of whatever is in, it's enough to give Donald Trump a red check mark. Oregon, they voted for only Democrats since '88. 8 electoral votes, unclaimed as of yet, but look for that to be on the move, as will this next one. Last Republican the state of Washington voted for, one Ronald Wilson Reagan of the state of California, way back in '84. 12 electoral votes there, but that is the top of the hour. Aaron McPike. I keep pushing to you. It's not like you brought a pack of Crayolas and you're going to color these in yourself.
That's right. Well, let's look at Wisconsin right now. You were just talking about it with Mike and Aaron. Right now, we're close to 60% in. Democrats have been warning of a red mirage. Right now, Donald Trump is leading with almost 50% to 48.4%. So that 40%
Sorry,
of
guys,
the vote out. A lot of that needs to come from Milwaukee, with only about half of the vote in Milwaukee right now, and then in Dane, where Madison is.
I almost want to get my cake, you know, the
91.1% of the vote in, so we're doing better
rotary
in terms of getting the vote in,
cake.
in Dane. But I want to look
I
at
don't know what the heck, table where you turn it as you put the frosting and stuff on it. I almost want to put this tripod on it. That would be kind of cool.
53.3% for Harris, with about 92% of the vote in. She is underperforming Joe Biden, who almost got to 56% in La Crosse, little city on the western side of Wisconsin. Eau Claire, want to look at this too. We've got almost 92% of the vote in. She's at 54.4%. Joe Biden, 54.4%. So we've actually updated a little bit. So she's keeping pace. Eau Claire is really interesting because there was a day in October it might have been in September, when Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, and J.D. Vance were all in this place at the same time. I also want to look at this area right here, okay? Steve Kornacki's calling these the bow counties. This is Green Bay. Donald Trump right now, 61%. We're only at a third of the vote in, but Donald Trump is way overperforming his numbers. Going to Outagamie, this is Appleton. Kamala Harris was actually just campaigning there. Right now, Donald Trump, 55.4%, 54%. Again, overperforming there. One last one down here, Winnebago County. This is Oshkosh. Let's go back to 2024. Trump at almost 60%, 58%. Look at that, way overperforming in these counties right now. So, what I have been hearing from a couple of Democrats is they are pretty nervous about Wisconsin, Brian.
Oh boy, well, we're in for a long one. I am very happy to be joined.
It's
here
already 11:05
by
here
Aaron
in
Brady.
Florida. I'm getting very,
I gotta
very
say,
tired, and we don't have any more
as a
numbers
Republican,
in. Right now,
as a
this
former
poll is
Trump
showing
staff
Harris
person, tonight
at
at that
145,
desk between
Trump
Mike Murphy and Doug Brinkley, when you
212 or
talked about
211
women's health,
rather.
you could hear a pin drop in this room. Crew, your fellow employees, people who've come to know you over these past several days, you had everyone's attention. So I'm going to ask two questions that call for more of that elasticity. Number one, this is a tough one, but in your estimation, what will it mean for democracy if Donald Trump is indeed reelected?
I think the answer is easy. It means that democracy survives. It means that this country, again, stood up as a nation and cast its voice and vote. It means that the system, if Trump wins or Harris wins, means the system worked the way it was supposed to. And let's be clear, the filibuster is not going away. The country will not end by any measure if either Harris or Trump are elected in this country. And I actually think that institutionally, especially in the United States Senate with Republicans picking that up, we have a better chance to hold the democracy we know and love because the filibuster will be protected. And I can tell you, out of the 100 senators that will be in the United States Senate, if you ask any of them, would you rather be a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, they will all resoundingly say no. And that means the filibuster will be protected, again, protecting our democracy.
Second question is tougher. If Kamala Harris prevails, I'm thinking about Mitch McConnell, whose life's work as an adult was to convert the federal judiciary to, in effect, own the federal bench for the GOP. He got a lot of his wish. But by comparison to our crusty old Supreme Court justices of the past, Donald Trump put teenagers on that court who are going to be adjudicating way past the time when I leave this earth. If women's health is the deciding factor in an eked out Kamala Harris victory, do you see the irony in that his life's work, that the life's work of so many bold-faced name Republicans in Washington ended up causing another strip down, redefine the party, who are we, how do we lose our...
All right.
If Kamala Harris wins, and just
let me just hear
when we
this.
talk about reshaping the federal judiciary, that actually started under Harry Reid when he was the majority leader in the Senate.
Yeah.
He was the one who blew up the filibuster. He was the one who blew up the filibuster on the judicial calendar, and that's what led to the Supreme Court as well. But again, that means democracy is surviving and thriving. And Kamala
nibbling
Harris
at my
is out,
toe as
and
it
Donald Trump
tickles.
did put 3
Sorry.
justices on the Supreme Court who were part of the major decision for Dobbs that overturned Roe v. Wade. Because it means, again, that the American people decided, hey, we went too far in one direction and we are now moving it back into another. This is the thing that I think a lot of the media and especially the Acela corridor type people kind of forget, is that we have to trust our neighbors and our friends and the people we go to church with and the people you walk past in the grocery store. If they think the country's gone too far in one direction, they will vote to change for that. And that is what this whole election is about, is change. Is Kamala going to be that change agent? Right now, what we're seeing from the election results, the American people don't necessarily believe she would be a change agent, and that's of her own volition and failure.
All right. Well, she did get California. Her numbers are coming up. Let me just...
What would you have done differently than Joe Biden? That's like going into a
Stop
job
it.
interview and they ask you, what's your biggest weakness? And you have to make that a strength. What would you do differently? Well, all she had to say was, well, I don't think Joe Biden went far enough on X. I think we did good groundwork here, but we could do more. And she couldn't answer that basic question for the American
I don't
people.
know if we're gonna know tonight. Golly, we were like 50 minutes away. It's gonna be tomorrow.
Saved by the bell.
The state of Oregon, as predicted by your humble servant minutes ago, has gone into the Harris column, inevitable as it was. And here's a big one of interest to this state, a Senate race that got a lot of attention. And if you grew up
Wow,
or about
Schiff
my
almost
age as a
lost.
baseball fan, you sure knew
He's been in
Steve
politics
Garvey.
forever. And who knew?
Angelino
No,
sure knew Steve Garvey.
Garvey doesn't really have a whole lot of name recognition. And he,
and not
wow.
as future senator, because Adam Schiff, who came to prominence, House Judiciary, came to prominence as one of the impeachment managers, as well known a face as there is on Capitol
You can tell
Hill.
she's a Democrat.
Adam Schiff will take the Senate seat
with
from
the
California,
statements is saying
and
democracy.
he'll be moving
Sheesh.
up a chamber in
Yep.
Washington, leaving his House seat.
You didn't want to stay a House member.
Yeah, see,
Let
yeah,
me go be a
exactly. We were
senator.
just having that conversation. When you say you got to trust your neighbors and friends, my only point is, trust now is assigned by
You
which
guys
yard
probably
sign
need
you
to get
got.
up and stretch.
But I think that's where America has failed each other. The fact that if I have a yard sign in my yard that is an opponent and somebody you don't support, that doesn't make me your enemy. It makes me someone you should want to have more of a conversation with. Why do you believe what you believe? Why is it different than what I believe? Or just the basic tenet of respect for each other. You can have differences without being bombastic and disagreeable with each other. It's, you know, I've worked for a lot of really great Republicans in my career who I have seen just fully believe in the tenets that respect is so important. And that is something I've always carried with me. And we have to be able to do that again as Americans. You may not like Donald Trump. You may not like Kamala Harris. But the idea that tomorrow morning the red, white, and blue is still going to be standing is because we are the greatest nation the world has ever known. And that person across the street who might be a Harris supporter or a Trump supporter isn't your enemy. They are your friend, they are your neighbor, they are your fellow citizen. We've got to start seeing that in each other again.
Just to prove that by example, you are a Buffalo Bills fan.
Heck yes, I am.
I love Josh Allen. I'd
That
kill
was
to
easy.
have him. Because
Well, you guys got Brian Dable, and you're trying to pretend you're the Buffalo Bills. Listen, I know you guys took a bunch of our players
all
over
except
there.
for winning games, we're trying to
You
pretend.
know, all I want to win is the
Walk
Super
in
Bowl.
front of
If
the
there's
camera.
one thing, please, Josh Allen, win me a Super Bowl, please.
And please, somebody find me a quarterback.
If you guys haven't
Thank you.
stretched your legs, stretch
It's
your
been
legs,
great,
because I know I've been
having
here
you
so
tonight,
long when I
and
got up,
for
it
all I
hurt.
know, we're in for hours more of it.
Appreciate it,
Thank you. We are joined from College Park, Maryland, by another Democratic member of the House of Representatives, another lawmaker who rose to prominence in the fight against Donald Trump, in the fight to impeach Donald Trump not once but twice, and that is Jamie Raskins. New Jerseyans know he has the full support of Stephen Van Zandt, so we've settled that. That's a huge endorsement this political season. Hey, Congressman, how do you
Harris
see
is
tonight?
153, Donald
How
Trump
pessimistic are you? How
211.
optimistic are you?
Well, you know, we're on the edge of our seat here, waiting for the blue wall to reassert itself. So we're looking for Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and then that one electoral college vote from Omaha, Nebraska, to come through at this point. You know, the Democratic Party has been on fire around the country, knocking on millions of doors and making millions of phone calls and running it, you know, like an old-fashioned grassroots political party. And we're still very excited about what we've seen out in the field, and we're just hoping that the returns come to bear out everybody's enthusiasm here.
You're a very connected guy. You're senior within the party. You've got a lot of friends. Are you seeing, you don't have to give us specifics, but are you seeing internals that we are not privy to that give you any either optimism or pessimism?
Well, of course, I'm paying very close attention to what's going on in the House of Representatives. And, there are a number of races that I got to work on with my friends across the border in Pennsylvania. They're looking really good. Janelle Stelson looks like she's set to upset Scott Perry, who, of course, was implicated in the insurrection in 2020. Ashley Ehas, who's running in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, looks like she's ahead in that race. And so we're optimistic about a lot of the House races around the country, and that's where I was spending most of my time. And so we're hopeful that we're going to be able to, recapture the majority in the House, despite the fact that everybody is still in kind of a political lockdown because of the gerrymandering. And we, of course, on the House side, passed legislation in the 117th Congress to try to get rid of partisan gerrymandering. And that didn't make it through the Senate. And I'm hoping that.
All right, Shining Star, you have a good night.
Bipartisan energy around to try to overthrow the gerrymandering system, so the politicians stop choosing the voters before the voters choose the politicians.
I've got to say to the savvy of Maryland Democratic voters, Larry Hogan went down to defeat tonight. And the Maryland's voters, and he talked about this openly, Larry Hogan, a.k.a. the last moderate Republican on the East Coast, a very successful and popular governor, roundly considered to be a good guy. He knew that it was an uphill race because the voters didn't want to send the balance of the Senate over to the Capitol with their imprimatur. It was as if they're trying to say, hey, we loved you as governor, we just can't afford to make you U.S. Senator.
Well, I think that's part of it. I'm at the victory party for my friend Angela Brooks, who scored a really overwhelming and decisive win in Maryland, along with a ballot question inscribing the right of women to have reproductive freedom in our state. And I think there's great enthusiasm around Angela Brooks and her candidacy. But the other part of it is, as you say, Brian, people understood that Mitch McConnell had recruited Larry Hogan, who'd been, a moderate Republican governor in our state, to run in order to get the keys to control of the Senate. And, the voters of Maryland were far too savvy for that, and we're not going to fall for, giving the Senate over to, Speedy Josh Hawley or, Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz. We know that that's an anti-choice, anti-environment, anti-labor, party at this point that would overturn all the progress we've made, for example, on dramatically reducing prescription drugs.
Well, if anybody wants to stay, I'm just, since we're already in it this far, unless I fall asleep, we're gonna roll through. So if you're up and you want to just listen and hang out, listen and hang out. Like I'm tired. I'm trying to keep myself awake. I keep drinking soda. I gotta get myself another one, but I don't stay up this late. So since I'm already up this late, we might as well at least make it until midnight and see if we can see if there's any other promise.
Dropped some pizzas by a couple days ago at campaign headquarters. A final question, and this is going to be a tough one for some folks to hear. If Donald Trump prevails, what happens to all the pending cases against him?
Well, he would presumably have power to try to follow through on his promises to fire Jack Smith and to try to terminate the federal cases against him, but he would have no power to do that in any of the state cases against him. And of course, he's a convicted felon from New York. He's not been sentenced yet, and that creates questions of profound new legal and policy complexity when you have criminal convictions in a state. There's no authority in the federal government to remove or create a pardon.
Alright, this guy's driving me a little nutty. Sorry.
And that's why I would prefer to think that the blue wall and Omaha are
the poll hasn't changed at all. It's still 153 to 211 on this screen, and 179 to 214
after
being updated at
and a lot of people to talk to. Thank you very much for being
11:18.
with us.
You're very kind. Thanks for having
So
Jamie Raskin, Democrat of Maryland. And again,
sounds
given the
like
Ocean's 11 put the old team back together aspect of tonight, let's bring back
slightly
another old friend, Mark
over
McKinnon,
100 million people have
former
casted their
advisor of George
vote.
W. Bush, veteran hat wearer, cowboy hat enthusiast, and all-around good guy.
Sorry.
I will also note you worked for another of the last moderates, Mitt Romney. Mark, I've missed talking to you so much, and I'll start by asking, where do you see this race? What are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking at. I feel like I'm in a time machine, Brian. I'm seeing Brian Williams reporting, and Trump trying to break through the blue wall like he did in 2016. So having a lot of PTSD about 2016 because it feels eerily similar to 2016, Brian. You have James Carville, who I did my very first campaign with James and learned more from him than anybody. He's brilliant, and it's great that you've got him on. Everybody remembers his mantra. The three items he had at the war room in 1992. The first one was the economy's stupid. The third one, I think, is the one that's most relevant to this campaign: change versus more of the same. That's the choice that voters generally have in an election. You want to continue the way things are, you want change. And I was really struck by the exit polls that had 7 out of 10 voters saying that they really want to change in the direction of the country. And that's a tough thing to beat if you're, practically, if you are in fact an incumbent member of the administration that's been in power for the last 4 years, when people have such an appetite for change. So maybe in the end, Harris just can't overcome that. The other thing I'm really struck by that you mentioned in an earlier segment was the youth vote. I'm doing a documentary. I'm in Philadelphia right now on Gen Z and the election. And I was
He's in a hotel. That's a hotel crappy internet.
Rally down there because there's a conventional wisdom that college campuses are all progressive and liberal. And I went down there, and it was a sea of young voters in red hats, and not all of the men, most of them, 60-40 split probably. But I couldn't even get through the crowd. It was so packed. And that really got my attention. I just said, man, something's going on here. And Kirk said his goal was to lose by less. And if those numbers are right, it looks like Biden won the youth vote by 23 points. And your reporting says that Harris is only winning it by 11. That's a 12-point drop for Harris among young voters. So you could say that Kirk and his efforts with young voters really helped turn the tide for Trump in a way that is really kind of counter-conventional wisdom.
Well, remember, it takes 2 to tango, so let's go there. You know, Joe Biden famously said to Charlemagne, if you, I'm paraphrasing, but pretty close, if you ain't voting for me, you ain't black. And it was, to many people, kind of a shocking, crystalline moment. The Democrats have been accused of taking Hispanic vote for granted. Surely they'll all vote for us. Taking the black vote for granted, surely they'll all vote for us, and we'll toss the youth vote into that pile. How much do you think that is on them?
Well, one thing I will say for sure is that Donald Trump has completely reassembled a brand new coalition, right? I mean, he's got white working class voters who took that away from Democrats. He's getting young black voters. He's getting a lot of Hispanic voters, and he's getting younger voters. So that is a completely new coalition of voters. And, you know, whether you agree or disagree with Trump, he has done an extraordinary job of reforming and reassembling a brand new Republican coalition.
Mark McKinnon, it is so refreshing to talk to you. I've missed you. It's good to see you're in your natural habitat, a hotel room. The original road warrior. And I really appreciate you spending some time with us. Go back to your...
I love that guy.
Thank you.
I love that guy.
I want to ask Baratunde to hop on.
So nothing has really changed. We're already at almost 11:30. I'm eating a dum-dum. Delilah's jealous. I just want to get one of those swing states counted or, you know, chosen, like Georgia and North Carolina, and get that just so we can see where we're standing, you know. But we're not there yet.
the Democratic Party has taken many constituencies for granted. That is also what political parties have done in this country. If you look at the Arab American, the Palestinian American, they are certainly feeling not heard, not seen, taken advantage of, with no room and no choice. So there's a process question here about ranked choice voting, about the primary system, about money in politics, and there is an urgent need to stay connected to the people throughout. And democracy itself, its practice is not just in voting for people, it's in the everyday showing up. But when it comes to the party and to the candidacy, it is malpractice to shame people when you're trying to seek their support. And so for Biden to say to black people, you're not black, first of all, you're in no position, sir. And I wrote a book called How to Be Black, and I'm in no position either, right? This is something that we don't get adjudicated by any other. So that's just dangerous direction to go in. It's hard. I think what I'm seeing and what I'm feeling is this return to shock. Whatever turns out with this election tonight, tomorrow, the next day, it's so close. And there's so many of us who thought, it's gonna be different, it's gonna be different. And so that means it's not just a Donald Trump thing. It's an America thing. And there is something in America that wants some of this. And it's not just misinformed people. There's some elements of us that finds this attractive. So we're gonna have to wrestle with, address, continue to deal with that. And we won't do it effectively by shaming people.
I agree with that.
Thank you for giving it a name, because
I
it's the
agree with that
dynamic people are
100%.
feeling right now all over this country, regardless of who their favorite candidate is. Jessica Yellen, as I toss it over to you, I wish you good luck, and the proviso that we may be interrupted at any time.
I love it when we get interrupted by that.
There you
No,
go.
thank you. I am back, Brian, with Kristen Davison, a Republican consultant, Garrison Hayes, a multi-talented person, but also contributor to Mother Jones Magazine, Congressman Tim Ryan, Sarah Matthews, also Republican strategist, and joining me remotely from Georgia is Chris Mowry, a TikTok creator who posts popular videos focused on politics. All right, Garrison, I want to start with you, and I'm going to say first, I left mainstream media to start a brand called News Not Noise, and part of my thesis is predictions are noise. We cannot predict. So let's talk about where we are. That said, even though we know something could change tonight, Donald Trump is outperforming 2020, and we did not see that in the polls, and a lot of Democrats are surprised. What explains this?
Yeah, I think what is very clear to a lot of Democrats who are texting me is that Donald Trump is still governed by a different set of rules. Coming out of the Madison Square Garden rally, most people thought that surely he had ruined his chances, that this was such a bigoted, misogynistic, xenophobic event that Latinos and other people would be turned off completely. And what we're seeing is that's not true for some folks, maybe for a lot of people, and that's a big surprise. And I think it has a lot to do with your point, or to your point, it has a lot to do with our media environments, the places where we're getting our news from.
Yeah, well, you know, it seems Democrats will say that he's held to another standard.
Oh, here we go. Stone up.
Another interruption. The state of Washington, predictably, the state of Washington has been firmly placed in the Harris column.
Harris
see
got
the blue
12 more
check mark
points.
there. Part of the Pacific Northwest mini wall that the Democrats have been able to count on, running right on clear through the California coastline. Nevada always and still a question mark.
So now Harris has
Back to the panel.
165 according to theirs. 165 to
Right,
211.
So Democrats say Donald Trump's held to this, you know, unique standard. What they don't realize is they help him when they do that. Every time, you know, presidential campaigns are all about media share and earned media, and Donald Trump has been probably the best in this generation of dominating the media cycle and the conversation. And so every time he says something and Democrats say this is going to end his campaign, this is outrageous, and the media spends an entire news cycle on it, one, it completely takes the oxygen away from the Harris campaign. She can't talk about anything. And two, Americans, particularly, you know, as we see strong in these states, why he could be winning is because Americans are tired of it. They're tired of the outrage. They're tired of being preached to. They're tired of always, you know, They're thinking back, their life was better when Trump was in office, and who cares what he said at a rally because I want to pay less for groceries.
Exactly what I said.
I kind of want to ask this question. Why is it that when Donald Trump says these things, or his allies say these things, calling people garbage or calling, Kamala Harris the devil, why doesn't that turn off his supporters? I get what you're saying about the oxygen in the room and the media environment and earned media, but shouldn't those things be a turnoff for some?
Shouldn't it have been a turnout for Harris to call the former president a fascist, and for the sitting president to call half the country garbage? I mean, that should have turned people off too.
Okay, this is a healthy debate. I want to bring in Chris Mowry, who's joining us from Georgia. Chris, you're a TikTok creator. Exits so far show that former President Trump actually gained 3 points among voters under the age of 30. The exit poll's not a final vote, but what do you think is drawing young people to Trump?
Yeah, I think that, obviously this election, we see a lot more Gen Zers who can vote. And I'm under the position that, I'm 22 years old, but with people younger than me, 18, 19, or 20, this straight white male demographic for the Democrat Party has been challenging. I think that, kids walk into school and they see a lot about Black Lives Matter or LGBTQ plus issues or women issues, and a lot of straight white males are successfully being what I call red-pilled on the internet, where education isn't going far enough to explain that we are a very privileged group in society, and so they tend to lean conservative, lean toward this kind of Andrew Tate demographic, and so I kind of predicted that Donald Trump would pick up a few points there.
Thank you so much. Brian, do we get points for using the phrase red-pilled?
Yes, and the Andrew Tate reference, yes, absolutely. Thank you to all our contributors. A few notes before we catch a break here. CNN, John King saying, looking at North Carolina, he'd rather be Donald Trump than the vice president. He also mentioned Harris underperforming Biden in 28 separate counties. Steve Kornacki reminding us that vote-by-mail ballots in PA were about 45 minutes out from
This is
getting
the AP
a lot
poll.
of information from them. Bernie Moreno
AP poll,
wins
187 to 230. Trump is only 40 points away from being president of the United States. And Kamala is
Associated Press has called North Carolina for Donald Trump.
53? Right?
And we're not done with this thing yet.
No,
We'll take
43.
a break. We'll
I don't
come
know.
back with more.
Yeah, no, it's a lot. I can't count in my head. Sorry, I'm eating. Dum-dum.
After tonight, free live coverage continues on Prime Video.
The newsmakers right here facing all the tough questions.
We are living in an extraordinary period. We've got you covered every step of the way.
National and local news, covering all the angles.
History unfolding tonight.
I don't want to listen to that. I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit better. I don't know if I can stay up much longer. I'm probably going to have to go to bed at like, I don't know, midnight.
Election coverage for the best price.
Sounds suiting for the topic of conversation we had
Election coverage for $40 a month.
this morning or yesterday. I can't remember.
Has been kidnapped. We're gonna find that.
But I gotta tell you, this was interesting. I actually liked this one. This one gave both sides. They had, the Democrat political talking heads and some Republican political talking heads. They had a nice, even, non-hostile commentary, talking about the strengths and weaknesses of, the situation that's at hand. I just really thought it was really nice and balanced, and I like that. I thought that was really good. Again, this is the first time I've seen this on Amazon Prime, and to me, very favorable so far.
We are back. We're going to go to our friend Jackie Alamany in the Washington Post newsroom in Washington, D.C. Jackie, we covered a lot of ground in our last conversation. One of the races we touched on was about Ohio Senate. It appears to be done and dusted, and it was too high a mountain for Sherrod Brown to climb.
That's right, Brian. And Brown had previously managed to keep winning his state that has been turning redder and redder really since 2012. And especially in 2016 when Trump faced off against Hillary Clinton, in part by running up bigger margins in Ohio's educated cities, suburbs, and some of those collar counties. But this time around, his campaign was very clear-eyed about the fact that in order to win the state, they were going to have to not only keep driving up those margins, but also draw and peel off a lot of split-ticket voters, try to keep that Obama coalition intact. Some of those people who had voted for Obama in 2008 and 2012 but had turned to Trump, but still get them to vote Democratic. I think that there was a lot of coverage in the lead up to this about the potential for split ticket voting, and we haven't so far really seen that play out. I think that Ohio is really sort of a bigger story, as former Congressman Tim Ryan and you have been talking about extensively, about how populism and working class.
I thought Ohio was typically red to begin with, was it not?
Brand. And if there was anyone who would be able to sort of,
or was it blue and turned red,
for that brand,
several years ago?
Sherrod Brown,
Does anybody know?
Carved out this independent presence, and that just didn't carry through. I think it's also a testament to some of the highest levels of partisanship we've seen in modern history. Sherrod Brown is going to be finishing out his last few months in the Senate this year.
Jackie, any other intel on any of these key races we're watching? A lot of them no longer open. They've been called.
I thought it was red.
Let's
Yeah,
talk about
me
Tester
too.
In,
but they seem
Montana.
surprised. I don't know why.
I know it's an early percentage of official vote in.
Yes, exactly. It's still early, but this is someone who, again, like Sherrod Brown, had been able to defy political gravity for really the last, almost a decade, being able to create and maintain this independent presence in a state that was getting redder and more in favor and supportive of Trump, who has just sort of, I think, meeting reality right now, even with up against candidates that are not necessarily of the highest caliber. Someone like Tim Sheehy, who has been plagued by scandals. My colleague Liz Goodwin.
All right, guys, we're gonna probably stay on here until midnight. I've got to go to bed. I'm tired.
His military service, his business background, even a story that he has continued to tell about an injury that he claims he sustained while he was serving in the military, that we've had people now go on the record say is poke holes in it and say is not true.
The mystery bullet wound, yeah.
Still, exactly, with these quality issues when it comes to some of these candidates, even with Bernie Moreno, who I think a lot of Democrats did not think was a high quality candidate. It's a testament again
Harris
to
got Washington, Oregon, and California.
That people are facing some of these candidates.
It looks like Minnesota is turning light blue.
Red states.
All right,
Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan,
for,
Pennsylvania, and Georgia
some intel
are
and
still
some
pink.
context to let folks know about these races as we call them. Aaron McPike, it is the time of the evening where we start talking about things like what path remains
That's
for
right.
Kamala Harris.
Well, yeah, let's start with some of these states in the Southeast. The AP has called North Carolina for Donald Trump. The Secretary of State of Georgia has said that Donald Trump is going to win Georgia. So at this point, for Donald Trump to win, he can still win. Well, he's got Arizona and Nevada that we're going to look at later in the night. And then he would only have to win one of the states in the blue wall. Here in Wisconsin, the Harris campaign has been saying they expect this race to end between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. on the East Coast. It's going to be a photo finish. Right now, we have about 70% of the vote in, and Donald Trump is leading, but we still are looking for Dane County 5% to come in, and Milwaukee County we've still got more than 40% of the vote, so it's going to be a while before we get answers in Wisconsin. Michigan, we've got a long way to go in Michigan. Right now, Donald Trump above 50%, but we're not yet at 40% of the vote in. So Also, let's go to Pennsylvania. This is getting really interesting right now because we've got 80% of the vote in. Donald Trump is over 51% of the vote. We are still, of course, waiting on mail ballots, but in some of these key counties right now, Kamala Harris is underperforming Joe Biden. This is Pittsburgh. She's a little bit behind there. And then I want to go over here into Northampton. Right now, Donald Trump was really doing pretty well. He's above 50%. And remember, this was a county that Joe Biden won. I know that Abby and James and Mike have been talking about Northampton. And by the way, these races since about 1948. But Northampton has. Yep. So right now, we are waiting for a lot of votes in these collar counties to come in. As you can see, as I'm clicking through, we've only got 50% of the vote in Bucks. We've only got 57% in Montgomery County. We are at 80% right now in Chester. In Delaware County, we are at 70%. But I want to talk for a second about Philadelphia, because right now we are at 68.7% of the vote in. But this is really interesting. Kamala Harris at 77%. That is well behind Joe Biden at 81.4%. And Philadelphia is where the bulk of these votes are going to come. And we have exit polls from Pennsylvania right now. From these exit polls, it's showing that Donald Trump is doing 14 points better with black men. This is something that people have been talking about for a couple of months. Were black men going harder for Donald Trump than in the past? And right now, it looks like in Pennsylvania, that is the case. That could be a difference maker in Philadelphia, Brian.
This is a bit of a bank shot,
Wow.
but I want to read you,
Interesting.
as reported by my old colleagues at MSNBC who got an email sent exclusively to them, read it on the air, so their viewers have heard this already, from Jen O'Malley Dillon, a veteran of the trade. She is the Harris campaign manager, which they inherited from the Biden operation. And I quote, "We continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states. We have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies in the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing. The Harris campaign has overperformed turnout expectations in Philly, and we are waiting for a significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including, to Mike Murphy's point, the city of Detroit. We are also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County, which we've been discussing all night, and Milwaukee County, adding that they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until 3 or 5 a.m. East Coast time. We have been saying for weeks that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted." So, Abby, I'm going to lay this race at your feet. Take it. And we now join the Associated Press and others for calling North Carolina for Donald Trump.
You got North
Hopes
Carolina.
and dreams of a whole lot of Democrats dashed, and an effective operation in that state. I'm looking right at James and Mike. Their facial expressions haven't changed. James, you first, then Mike. What do you got?
I just told Mike that right now we're 3 states short: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Okay.
But we're still in the hunt in those 3 states. There's no doubt we need the inside straight. And
They are in trouble.
Campaign says we'll decide
They're in
between
trouble.
3 and 5. That's pretty exact.
I think Donald Trump just won the
You just gotta
election.
hang in there. There's still votes have to be counted here.
But the number that shocked me is 14 points higher among black men when we're looking at urban areas in Pennsylvania.
Sorry, Delilah's
James,
hitting
that's a different
tripod.
number than I think a lot of people expected to see.
Well, I think there was a feeling that she was not doing as well with black men, particularly
Yep.
younger black men. And
I think they know
you
she
gotta
just
remember,
lost.
This is a 63% wrong track.
Sorry, not
And
sorry.
That's the toughest sledding number that
Which
there
means
is.
that she did not, at this point, what we're seeing, maybe struggled convincing voters that she's the new way forward.
If it's 63 total wrong track, if you're a young,
They're looking at this election as if she lost, guys. I'm sorry. I know how people act. I know what they say, and I know how they say it, especially in politics.
For granted, the support. And it's something that our colleague in the room, Hill Harper,
I think it's going to be a good day.
In Michigan, he is on the ground and understands that sentiment even more than most. And overwhelmingly, black men have and will support Kamala Harris. So that 14% is a shift. It's a marginal shift. We'll see if it's
Well, now she does need Michigan. She needs Wisconsin. She needs Pennsylvania. That's her only option.
One note of caution. The 14% is exit polls that aren't fully updated.
There we go.
It's a projection that needs at least two more updates before we know, but more likely than not. First of all, I've got some new data that's kind of interesting. Air Portugal is having a sale. A lot of my Democratic friends are quite interested in that. The blue wall is not broken, but it is buckling right now.
Yep, the blue wall is buckling.
Some of the stuff she needs, and that could be part
They're watching these polls like a hawk. This is not good for the Harris campaign.
That a lot of the coverage, and I've been guilty of this too for the last month, it's focused on a lot of the medium-sized things. But you cannot overestimate the sledgehammer power of 63% wrong track because of inflation. Our friend Paul Begala has a great pithy line for that, but it's totally true. When you go to the grocery store every week and the same stuff costs more, that's that jerk in the White House's fault. When your wages go up, no, I'm a good worker. I earned that. The president gets no credit for that. And when a 63% wrong track in presidential races, the incumbents get fired. And we have a lot of three-dimensional chess, and all these factors are something, but fundamentally the big hammer is swinging tonight, and she's really on the ropes, not over. But she's going to need a reversal in starting to outperform in the Wayne County.
It does seem this time,
that
though,
we're not seeing.
more like other races in the past. So the vice presidential pick mattered. When you have the two at the top of the ticket that had higher unfavorables, and you see Kamala Harris picking Tim Walz, who had that bump for a couple
I actually
years.
don't find that. I think vice president is the most overrated thing in the world.
This time as well, that debate seemed to have an impact.
I don't know. James might have a different opinion, but it's the pick of the vice president is a good message about you.
Yeah.
And after that, nobody cares, unless they do something really stupid. And fundamentally, she was not able to escape.
We got breaking news. Our live news.
This is Nebraska. Let's see what we got. 3 of 5. 3 of 5 for Trump. Maybe, Mike, take a whack at explaining to our audience who don't know about the blue dot, the Byzantine nature of... Well, God bless them. Maine and Nebraska decided on election night, time to get some damn coverage. They're players. So they break up the Electoral College. And by the way, you know who invented the Electoral College? Alexander Hamilton. It is the one song that never made the musical. Yeah. That was my crazy idea. So anyway, instead of a block, they break it up by congressional district. So you have the second district, which is City of Omaha, more Democratic, and then some rural counties that are more red. And she's been running ahead by 8 or 9 points, favored to win there. So Trump will carry the state, and there's been a Republican effort to get rid of this, break it up, so they could get all of Nebraska. And one lone Republican state senator said no. He'll be a lonely guy at the next Republican retreat. Right, that was dramatic. Yeah, kind of brave. I give him credit. But anyway, so she'll probably pick that up, part of the blue pop wall, but it's not enough.
That guy's going to get a lot of donations from Omaha television stations.
All right, guys. So Lila's she's giving me the look. She needs to go potty, so I'll have to be back. I'm gonna miss whatever they're gonna say.
In a process. One, I believe in Amazon's technical capabilities and their commitment to iteration and innovation, and I believe we could soften that live news update for you, Brian, for all of our viewers. Down a notch. I believe we could encourage the viewers to not focus on the needle on the New York Times website. That is practical, tangible
Brian,
advice
on that note,
as we wait for these votes to come.
They are a big company. I'll look into it.
Make a call, Brian.
Dan Crenshaw, a Republican congressman from Texas, a decorated veteran, is standing by to talk to us. Well, Congressman, you're state stays red. Your colleague, Mr. Cruz, stays in the Senate. I assume I'm talking to a man who's cruising to re-election himself. What does tonight mean to you thus far?
For Republicans, so far so good. I think we're all liking what we see for Trump's chances. There's a lot of indicators that show that it's a very different environment than 2020 was. Still a lot of votes to count, so it is what it is. The House is very close, of course. The Senate looks to be firmly in control of Republican hands. I think everyone saw that one coming. But we feel pretty good about it. I think there's going to be a lot of counting in the days to come. So, for some of these close races in the House, we might not know for a couple days, unfortunately.
We've got liberals watching. We've got conservatives watching. I sure hope we have the last pool of moderates watching tonight for the anxious liberals. Any words from you about what governing under a second Trump term will be like, given your position in the House of Representatives?
Well, we don't have to do a lot of guesswork. We had 4 years of it, and I might remind everybody that life wasn't so bad. It was actually pretty good. Lowest unemployment in 50 years. We had a great economy. Obviously, COVID hit. We had no control over that.
She was so good.
You may not like the guy. You may not like his rhetoric. You may not.
She goes over and sits on her potty pad. She goes over there and sits on her potty pad, and she sits down and looks at me. So I took her out, and she went right out and peed. She's such a good little girl. Aww.
But these are scare tactics by the Democrats.
Did anything else happen? Okay, so we got Harris on this poll at 165 to 230. And I know I was hearing, some of the Democratic strategists are starting to get really, really nervous, really worried. You can hear it in their voice. You can see it on their face. They're talking about how they underestimated this and they underestimated that. So guys, I think, that this is not good news for the Harris campaign, because it seems like it's the people that support her that are the most nervous at this moment. Now, there's still a lot that can happen, but early polling coming into certain states certain states is not boding well. Right now, according to the AP, 205 Harris, 230 Trump. It looks like Colorado, we knew Colorado was called. With them, Minnesota is called. Nevada is still gray. Arizona is pink. Minnesota is still light blue. Maine is still light blue. Wisconsin is still light red. This is where the problem comes in, as I said. It's these states right here, okay? You see this? Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. These are the problem states right here for the Democratic Party. Arizona is too. I mean, these are all the major states that they need to win. And as you see right now, they're leaning, as we see, pink, which means leaning toward Trump. So we're keeping an eye on those 5 states. I was hoping that we would have just one of those called. If we can just get Georgia or Pennsylvania called, which probably aren't going to happen tonight, or Michigan and Wisconsin, one of them, I'll feel a little more comfortable.
There was all of these stories about smash and grab and disorder in the streets and things like that. And if we don't learn, we learned a lot of lessons from this, but one lesson to learn is people do not like disorder. And when you have it, or you even have the perception of it, you pay a price for it. And Trump might be the most disorderly person I've ever seen, but they didn't remember that, and that's it. And the other thing I'll say, you can't really fault her campaign. They didn't make a major. They had the bad answer about how he would be different than Biden. But other than that, they did a good convention. They had a great debate.
See, he's already given up.
You know, I'm not going to be.
He's using past tense
of her campaign. There probably some things that anybody would have done differently. Mike would have done differently. I would have done differently. Other people would have done differently. But there was no major gap. I mean, there was nothing like that caused this.
No, but the major battleground states are leaning red.
Party
Rosebud.
To find out how we can push forward and present a different image for the party. But honestly, I was hoping that we'd do better. Unfortunately, the one thing that I was right about, that these things generally break in the end. I was hoping that it would break our way.
As of right now,
to go up against us.
Brian, as of right now, Trump is ahead in the popular vote. Something, remember, he didn't get in 2016. So there's a whole other dynamic taking place there. I don't know if that sticks, but as of now, that's what it's showing.
And
wow, he's winning the popular vote.
Who probably has his selection of cabinet jobs.
Interesting.
What an amazing dynamic to watch. As I live in the New York area, buses arriving every day in New York City.
Yeah.
A lot of Democratic mayors and politicians absolutely paralyzed. No remedy, no discussion of a remedy. They brought them welcome bags at the bus stop instead. They rented hotels. This shift of the American population to the north, it's just been extraordinary to watch.
Yeah, it is a killer issue. And in the simplest terms, it's an anger issue. That plus economic pressure. You know, my friend Axelrod often says you talk about high-tone democracy stuff around the kitchen table when you can afford groceries. And if you can, it's a pretty simple election. So these cultural issues, which Donald Trump is good at inflaming, are paying off for him. You know, the Republican Party's been changed by Donald Trump to a populist party. We're not fiscal conservatives anymore. We're not pro-Atlantic Alliance, traditional international affairs people. We're now in the enemies list business. And now we're going to have to govern with that if the blue wall buckles tonight.
Yeah, one of the points I want to make, Brian, is given this and given what's happening in the Senate, the entire federal judiciary is getting ready to take a sharp right turn. Yeah. And that's just not in the Supreme Court, that's in federal appellate court, that's in federal district courts, that's U.S. attorneys that are going to be appointed all over this country. I just hope that people
feel like we're going to hear something really soon. Let me see if there's anything on the AP. This phone's about to die. Not my phone that we're on right now, but this phone here. The Samsung's about to
the reason the
die.
judiciary will change is because Democrats
Nothing's
apparently
changed
blew up
on
the filibuster on the judicial calendar in the United States Senate that also led to the eventual removal of the filibuster on the Supreme Court nomination. So the fact that the federal judiciary will change is a direct result of Democrats trying to grab power in the United States Senate, and these are the repercussions. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah, but it's more than that, because this isn't like a good old-fashioned Phil Gramm versus Democrats traditional conservative fight. Trump is a whole different kind of animal. And he is a rule bender, and I don't think he wakes up every day thinking I can uphold the Constitution. He is a
all right, guys.
with an enemies
Well, listen.
list. I mean, watch
it's
the
midnight.
last couple of speeches.
We
This
stayed
is
up
not
as
hard
long
to
as we
figure out.
can. I'm going to go watch this, the rest of this in bed as I'm falling asleep. We'll be back tomorrow morning and see what we wake up to.
Openly available.
All right, guys, rock it out with your coffee beans out. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Until next time, please be safe, but more importantly, kind to one another. God bless.